Alas, I exist. Hear ye, hear ye. Okay. Give me one second, guys. I gotta go ahead and do a thing real quick in Discord. Give me 1 second. All right, I need to go ahead and Sweet. Meep. Good evening, creeps. What's going on, guys? Did you like the boots and pants? Okay, we gotta get that going. We are not going. Cool. And we're going to do some Bigfoot stories today, guys. Now, this should be doing a live thing, so I don't know what it's doing, if it's going to do it. Cool. Well, it seems like it's going to, so. Although I don't see restream bot here. Do you guys? I see no such thing. That's okay, though. We'll deal with this later. We will deal with this later. All right, let's go ahead and pop back up in here. You're live. I know. I'm aware I'm live. Are you live? Are you alive? All right, let's go to, this is where we're going to get all of our stories from. So, let me turn this on real quick. With BFRO, I had reached out to them like a while back, and they're totally cool with me using their stuff, so that's what I'm going to do. I have to give credit back to them, though. So if you guys want Bigfoot Encounters, you got to go to bfro.net. It's really the only cryptid database on the net that I know of, besides like the Vic kind of dog encounters and stuff. Okay, going live on TikTok. Gotta call it Bigfoot Stories. Bigfoot. All right. You're live. Nope. Cool. All right, and now let's select this guy on there. I'm going to go ahead and move this guy over here, so you guys don't have to deal with that. Or do I want you to deal with that? All right. So what I want you guys to do is I want you guys to pick some states for me. And we'll kind of just go through. And we'll do some encounters from each state that you guys pick. So why don't you guys go ahead and pick a handful for me? You guys doing TikTok? Since we're okay, we got Michigan. So if we're doing, there's Bigfoot encounters in just about every single state. So if there's a state you guys want me to read from, just tell me right now. Hi, it's Abe from Rhode Island. Hey Abe, what's up? So I guess Rhode Island's in the one. So we got Rhode Island, we got Michigan. What else? Oklahoma, good one. Okay. Give me some more, guys. Ohio. Ohio's got a bunch. A bunch. East Texas, baby. Yee. Arizona. Okay, give me one more. Florida. I've done a lot of Florida ones lately. Give me another one. New York. There we go. Ooh, and Thunder. Oh, yeah, we got to go on Tennessee. Okay, here. Maybe we'll do a thing here. So let's do some Canada ones, too. Where am I from? I'm in Oregon right now. Upstate New York. Okay. That should be good for the time being. First, we'll start with Rhode Island. Now, these encounters will be anywhere from really short to considerably long and everything in between. So, the video that we're doing, the live Bigfoot Encounter Story, is going to be about a 3-hour-long video. So, that is what I'm working on now. Yes. Arizona represent. Okay, here we go. I was driving along Route 6, crossing the CT state line. I was driving along Route 6, crossing the Connecticut state line into Rhode Island. The road is very dark, heavily wooded in this particular area. As I was traveling east, something very quickly moved across the road in front of me. I was driving approximately 55 miles an hour. Once I registered what I was seeing, I also realized that whatever it was had walked on 2 legs. It cleared the entire guardrail on the side of the road in one step and was gone. I was spooked. The entire incident lasted less than 30 seconds. Though I think about it often, especially when I drive through that same area at night. This occurred back in April of 2010. A follow-up investigation report was done. The witness happens to be a professional behavior analyst, and the following additional information was obtained during a 20-minute phone call. The witness is very familiar with the 2-lane state road and specific area in which this sighting took place, having traveled the road numerous times in the past and at the same general time. The witness was traveling with young children who were asleep in the back seat. She was on her cell phone driving east when the sighting took place. She observed a dark bipedal animal move with a relatively fast, steady gait across the road from her right to left as an oncoming westbound car was approaching in the distance. Her car passed the animal after it had stepped over the guardrail adjacent to the westbound lane and observed the same animal take a few steps down an embankment and then disappear from sight. She described the movement in crossing the road and stepping over the rail as smooth and fluid. The approximate distance of the animal from the front of the car as it traversed the road was indeterminate. However, it was of sufficient distance that she herself had time to slow down. As this bipedal animal crossed the road, the witness's car headlights caught the lower half of the body, which she described as hairy with no reflective light. This section of Route 6, on which this sighting took place is a relatively flat area, swampy, dense woodland on both sides of the road. This area is very dark at night, due to the complete absence of ambient lighting from streetlights, nearby homes or businesses along the road. The general area is marked by low rolling hills and wetlands within relatively large tracts of uninhabited, state-protected land. The sighting took place near a large river, which is characterized by deciduous trees, mixed forests, coupled with freshwater waterlands. This biodiverse environment supports a wide range of mammalian creatures, like deer, bobcats, foxes, waterfowl species, and potentially a Bigfoot. That one wasn't too bad. Not too bad at all. I gotta do an intro. North American Bigfoot Encounter Stories. Okay. Gotta have that locked in place. Next. You're echoing. Am I still echoing? Hopefully not. Oh well. Just gotta make do. The exact date was October 15th, 1998. I remember it like it was yesterday. I was training for a mountain bike race, and this was to be my last ride prior to the race. I was riding at the Black Hut Management area right here in Glendale, Rhode Island. Along for the ride was my 3-year-old mixed breed Shepherd Lab large dog. It was sunny, but cool, and I planned to spend an hour or so breaking sweat. As I weaved my way through the trails, I had to leash my dog to cross the street. After I unhooked him, we started up a hill toward a chasm. It's small and kids hang around there and drink beer, have fires. At the crest of the hill, I could see the top of the chasm, approximately 50 yards away. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something that first appeared to be a dirty white blanket, perhaps hung on a small tree. Suddenly, I think it heard us. It turned, as it was squatting with its back to me. It saw me and stood up and disappeared into the woods. I was shocked and could not believe what I had just saw. From my vantage point, I would say the animal was white or gray, but very dirty looking. In no way did it resemble a man. I did not see the face clearly, but from what I did see, although it stood fairly erect, its gait and posture was like that of an ape. The arms were not long like a gorilla, and oddly, it was nowhere near 7 feet tall. I'd estimate maybe 6 at best. I reversed my direction and rode immediately to the top of the chasm. I searched for footprints and hair, but could not find any. I walked a short distance in the woods in the direction where it disappeared. My heart was pounding so loud, I could practically hear it. I knew it was nowhere in the general area. My dog was not barking, and any time there was an animal near a fox, coyote, deer, my dog barks and will usually give chase. Interesting point is that my dog never barked. In fact, I don't think he saw, heard, or smelt it. I noticed no unusual smell in the area, and also noted no signs of broken branches, and no way to determine its direction. I've told one or two people, and in November of 1998, a friend and I, with digital and audio cameras, spent 2 weekends hiking in the area nearby, directly behind the chasm, but with no results. I also snowshoed the area after the first snow. I was beginning to believe I had just imagined it. Then, in 2002, I met a hunter in a bar and asked him if he had ever hunted at Black Hut. He told me yes, and once he saw what he describes as a white gorilla there. I had chills and related my own personal story. The differences were in color. He stated white. The one I saw was more gray, and said the one he saw was 8 feet tall. Still, same place, same type of sighting. What made me write this is the other 2 Rhode Island sightings seem to be very similar. I wish I could have seen it longer and closer. Whoa.
Pretty trippy stuff, guys.
Don't do that one. What's up? The Blue Wolf chick is back.
What's up, Blue Wolf? Blue Wolf chick.
Okay, here we go. Here's more. You are. I am what? Do you believe in ghosts? Do you? You tell me. Good to see you again, Blue Wolf chick. Good to see you again. I recognize your face. I feel like I should make a secondary TikTok account and call it the Red Wolf Chick. Take your avatar and make it red. Then I'd pop into my own rhymes and be like, you're a copy. Who's the real chick? Who's the real wolf chick? What's up, dudes? What's up, Michael? Hello. Dude, my mouse. Hear that? I do not know how to get a wheel to not squeal. It drives me crazy. It makes me want to turn my face off. I could buy a new mouse, but I just want the. It's a nice mouse. I just want the wheel to be fixed, man. I've told very seldom people this story, for fear they might think I'm crazy. The only reason I'm taking the time to report this is because of a very recent entry a friend of mine who knew this story told me about. My story takes place in Charlestown, Rhode Island, back in the late 1970s. My mother and father and I used to live in a wooded area around the Indian Cedar Swamp, and property owned by United Nuclear, which probably comprises several thousand acres. The property surrounding our home was mixed white Atlantic juniper swamp, scarlet, red, and white oaks with old growth, white pine stands mixed in, all with a dense understory of briars, mountain laurel, and blueberry brush. We lived off a road with 3 houses on it. The Roses. The houses were all built close to the entrance of the same development. The road was a part of a series of roads that were put in at the start of development. The roads were oiled and had been left to grow in after years of little to virtually no use. It looked like the developer had started and somehow went belly up. These roads were great to ride bikes on, or even take an evening cruise on, after bringing my father dinner at his second job. My mother drove a baby blue Mustang Mach 1, and she would drive around the roads with me. Look. Looking at deer before we retired to our home for the evening. As a kid, I remember this being a highlight to the evening. I was, at the time, maybe 8 years of age, and my mother and I on this particular night, in the late 70s, commenced our ride around the roads to see if we could see any deer. It had been raining earlier with thunder and lightning mixed in. Now, it was just raining. We were rounding a corner on one of the roads that paralleled the Indian cedar swamp, and as we started downward, we noticed the road was obstructed by a large brown downed oak tree. The tree had green leaves. This makes me think it was summer, or possibly early fall. So, it had recently come down. We guessed maybe in a storm earlier, possibly lightning. The road was very narrow, and the brush along the side of the road made it difficult to back the car around to turn around. The rain was falling, but not heavy. The wipers were on, and the headlights on the car were on as well. As my mother turned the front end of the car, the lights were cast on the left side of the road, where the tree had been broken off from its stump. We were maybe a car length and a half away from the stump. Beside the tall, fractured stump stood what looked like a large yellow-white ape. It was maybe 6 to 7 feet tall, long hair, face flat, long, massive arms. Its head appeared to be without any neck, and its chest was very broad. My mother and I froze momentarily. 5 seconds, maybe 10, and the figure remained still, staring at us. My mother floored the car into reverse. I remember the terror of it all. The sound of gravel hitting the fender wells, the sound of brush crushing against the car, and then the acceleration as she sped off. We were clear as to what we saw, and we have no question in our mind that we saw something in an ape-like shape that night. This we were certain of. We need no one to tell us what we saw. It's crystal clear. For years, we told no one. We would talk about it in our home in privacy. Even my father found the same story hard to accept. We've never forgotten this, and this story would never have been told if it wasn't for someone else informing me of a similar sighting. I'm now in my 30s, an extremely active hunter, farmer, and woodsman. I hunt deer 40 days a year in Maine, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and New Jersey. I employ automated cameras, which are triggered by heat. I've never seen a picture of a Bigfoot in my film. I've seen pictures of deer on my 50-acre tract of land that I would never believe are there if I didn't see it in my film. I know every inch of my land and the surrounding property, and yet these mystery deer show up at all hours on my cameras, frequently at that. How can they move right around our hunting parties in such a small area and never be seen? I'll never know. Even today, I find it hard to accept what we definitely saw. Listen, I'm not a fan of ghosts, UFOs, or even Bigfoot. I'm not sure to this day what I saw wasn't a man in a costume, dressed up out in a rainstorm, a half-mile or more away from me home, waiting for my mother and me to drive down the road to try and give us a good scare. The only thing I can say is it was a darn good costume and a darn good plan. What we saw is this is something I would swear to a polygraph test, as I'm sure my mother would. Dang. That's an intense story. Did that one. Okay. What are you waiting for? I had to make sure I had my stories pulled up, Melissa. No, I think just sitting here, taking my time is actually more productive. Chicken Man. Okay. Next. While attending URI in the fall of 1974, I would stay at my girlfriend's mother's house on the weekends. I only had a 5-day meal book plan. It was Sunday evening, about 10 p.m., when I decided to head back to school on my 10-speed bike. Very dark in the area, it being mostly wooded, country-like setting, but yet still city. I was going down her street and noticed my front center pull brake needed to be adjusted. I stopped under a streetlight at the end of her street, which is an intersection to adjust the brake. Directly in front of me was a small field that sloped down and away from me. Pitch black background, tall grass, and a few bushes being lit by the streetlight. Typical New England, oak, maple, and pine trees. As I was fixing my brake, I began hearing very loud footsteps of some sort of biped coming from the field on the slope side, more like a crushing thud. I could hear the actual compression being placed, like someone dropping a heavy metal ball or rock on the ground. I looked up to see if I could see anything, and I just said out loud to myself, "It's nothing." I went back to fixing my brake. I noticed it was getting closer and felt very apprehensive. The sound was coming in my direction. All of a sudden, this dog starts barking like crazy, and I could hear the chain snap as it either tries to attack or get away from something. I said to myself, "It's time to go." As I started, I turned left to head north, into a few pedals. From out of the darkness steps into the streetlight this white-looking gorilla. The legs present themselves, then the body as it comes to rest on its knuckles. The 20, maybe 25 feet away, directly across the street from the perhaps 6 feet tall, maybe 400 pounds or more. Massive arms that went straight down on its knuckles, knees slightly bent, the head more. Sorry guys, lost my place. The head, higher in the back, connected to the neck, all in one mass. The face dark, deep strong, but primitive-like. The eyes were closer together and set very deep in the face. The nose and mouth were human-like. Its nose was wide, and around the mouth, black hair that went down on each side. It looks up with its head and chest and sees me, eyeball to eyeball, as I look back, trying to see if this thing is real. Human-like in appearance. The face is not like a primate, but has a distinctive animal presence, since the eyes are close together. I was never so scared in my life and knew I had to stay. I don't think I would have survived the attack. The way it was positioned gave it an explosive start, as it decided to chase me down the street. My heart was pounding out of my chest. My eyes had tears in them. With all the might, I pedaled as this thing ran on 2 legs. Then, down on its knuckles and back up again, perhaps for 10 yards. I remember how long its hair on its arms moved with each reach. Thank God I was in first gear. A good 5-second chase, and it was all over. It had stopped in the middle of the street, just swaying back and forth, turned and just cleared this rock wall, all in one motion, from a grass sidewalk. At the top of the hill, I began riding in circles. I didn't know what to do. I cannot comprehend the situation I was in. I knew one thing. I was not running back. I cut through her grandmother's situation I was in. I knew one thing. I was going to... I cut through her grandmother's yards and made it back to her house, not trying to look crazy or anything. They asked me what's wrong. So, honestly, I told them what had happened and agreed that it was best to go back in the morning. A white gorilla was seen in a gravel pit by a friend in an area at the time, but these are just other stories I've heard. Some 10 years after the incident, my wife overhears a conversation between a botany professor and a friend at CCRI College during lunch, all about being on a field trip in an area, and claims to have seen a white Bigfoot. My wife turns and said my husband just saw one too. Wow. Got them white dealers. Shall we consume? No, I'm not using dial-up. Hello, Michael. It's not necessarily a Yeti. Am I dead? I don't know. Are you dead? That's a strange question to ask me. Just kidding, I blinked. I have multiple streams going at the same time, plus I have a download, or an upload going. That might be why it's lagging. So no, I'm not using dial-up. And you got a quick tongue, boy. You got a tongue like a dilly. The heart of a dilly. Oh, Mr. Red Devil. Yeah, Caleb's here. What's up, Caleb? My bros. Your cousin from Boston, dude, I don't know what to tell you. I'm just going by what somebody else wrote for an encounter that was in Rhode Island. I don't know what to tell you, man. You can argue semantics with him. I'm just reading what was written down, buddy. That's all. I have no say. I know nothing of the geography or any of the area of that area of the country. Nor do I claim to know any of that stuff. Right. Now we're moving on to the state of Michigan, ladies and gentlemen. The state of Michigan. We're going to go and check out some dealies. Lasco. Let's check out Lasco County. I'm from Lasco. Again, I know nothing of Michigan either, so. So your cousin from Boston, if you go to bfro.net, and you go to search by state, you go to Rhode Island, there's only like 5 encounters. That's where I would go. So that is where I'm pulling all these encounter stories from, is BFR.net. It is Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization. No Duga. Ooh. I'm not sure what that means. Okay, next story. I was walking from the house to a detached garage with my daughter at about 2:30 a.m. Take 2. This occurred... Oh gosh, Michigan's the state with all these crazy names that I cannot pronounce to save my life. Oscoda? Is there somebody here, for the love of God, who's from Michigan and can help me out? They have so many crazy names, I can't even. Is it Oscoda? Oscoda? Sometimes I just won't even say the town name. I'll just be like, oh, it was a town nearby. Because I'm like, dude, what? What is the name of that town? You know, I've actually thought about like calling up, like Googling a random business in that town and just calling them up like, hey, hi, how do you pronounce your town's name? And they're just hanging up after they tell me. They'd be like, what a weirdo. I was walking from the house to a detached garage with my daughter at about 2:30 a.m. when we both seen a human-like white furry figure approximately 100 feet from where we were. Our house borders the Huron National Forest. The figure was halfway down a hill, looking in our direction. It moved very quickly in a half-moon circle and crouched down near a tree. We walked toward the figure, and I noticed it was still near the tree, but it bent over slightly, almost like it was trying not to be noticed. We both ran back to the garage and talked about what we had saw. Decided we didn't know what it was, mostly because of its size and the way it moved. When we got back, we both said how hard our hearts were beating. It was truly a scary experience. My daughter's name is Madison. We talked about it for a long time that night, and just tried to come up with any animal it could have been, but we're not sure. The next day, I called my good friend Jeff. He has thorough experience in this field. We walked that area and seen a lot of deer activity and droppings. It was thriving with wildlife. We also noticed that when we walked to the place where we had seen it in the forest itself was very quiet. No other animal sounds. A follow-up investigation report was done. I met the witness at his house. His daughter could not meet up with us. The back edge of the property meets up with a tower line. Behind the tower line is the Huron National Forest. There is a 15-foot drop from the tower line to the forest floor, where there is a small clearing where this sighting took place. The witness and daughter were walking from the house to the garage when something moving very quickly along the tower line caught their attention. They couldn't tell what it was. He described it as a blur. When he looked back to the tower line, he could see the head of something standing on the drop-off behind the tower line, looking just at him. The witness and daughter both saw the head, but could not recognize what animal it was, and began walking toward it. When they were walking toward it, the animal turned to its right, disappearing down the drop-off. When the witnesses got close enough to see over the edge, they looked in the direction the animal was going, but did not see anything. To the right was a small tree, and next to the tree, they saw a figure standing motionless with its back to them. They both see it standing there and run back to the garage. He describes the animal as being 8 to 9 feet tall with white fur, very broad shoulders. It was incredibly muscular, with arms that went to its knees. When they saw the head looking at them, it was too far away to make out any real details. Man, what's with all these Bigfoot white boys? Kentucky.
You darn skinny to be a Bigfoot.
In Dillyberry. Are you serious? Let's see. Town of Dilly. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. I'm sure there's a town called Dilly.
There's a town called Dilly.
Dilly, Wisconsin. It's in Vernon County. That's awesome. People probably don't think we're that funny, though. White boys taking over the Bigfoot community, man. Bunch of racists. All right. Meep. I think there's a pound town, Wisconsin. Lol. Hey, how you doing? Crispy Chicken Casper. That's an interesting name. I was taking out trash to my dumpster down at the end of my driveway. My driveway is fairly long, over 100 yards, and wooded on both sides, and it makes a slight turn. I had a flashlight with me as I performed my task. When I was returning, my light was trained on the ground before me, watching where I was walking. I looked up and saw something moving away from the entrance to my garage. My main door is open. I could see in the lights from the inside of my garage that it was at least as tall as I was, 6 foot plus, and brownish in color. I shined my light at it. It moved purposefully, but not hurried. Quickly, but not in fear. It was upright, but I don't recall seeing legs, although my light was at the upper portion of it. As it moved, it almost glided, without the usual bobbing a person would make, and it was silent as it moved. I did not notice any facial or distinguishing features. As it went behind my camper, I stopped in my tracks for a moment to determine what it was I actually saw. I believe that I caught a trespasser trying to rob me. I rounded the corner of the camper and shined the light at the edge of the tree line of my roundabout. And it was there again, the same form. But it moved into the tree line, almost looking as it faded into them. No sound, not a twig snapping. I never saw any eyes or face. I ran in to grab my rifle, told my girlfriend to lock the door behind me as I went out to where it disappeared. The area was full of dead fallen trees and other brush. I tried to traverse to it, but had an extreme difficulty in doing so, let alone without any sound. My neighboring property is actually a hunting cabin. A hunting party had just returned from dinner and saw me with a flashlight and rifle, clambering through the woods to their property. Unfortunately, open-mindedness and cool heads were abound. I explained what had happened. My neighbor stated it could have been a black bear walking on its hind legs, looking for the garage. It seemed plausible. I know there are bears around my house, but that explanation never did sit right. With no tracks, the form taller than a bear, even on hind legs. I didn't see a snout, and it wasn't barrel-shaped. It was more thin and human-like, gliding instead of the typical wobble a walking bear does, and the total absence of sound when entering the woods. I was more convinced it was a ghost more than a bear. A follow-up report was done. At first, I would like to disclose that the witness and I shared an office at work. He is aware of my interest in the Bigfoot phenomenon, and as we were discussing a recent Bigfoot town hall that I attended, he relating his sighting to me. After listening to his account of what he saw that night, I suggested that he file a sighting report on the BFRO website. After I was assigned this report, I met the witness at the house where the incident had taken place. He has since sold the house and the approximately 17 acres that it sits on. The driveway loops around an area about 75 feet in diameter where the witness parked his fifth-wheel camper. I had the witness repeat his steps of that night and can add the following details to his account. After taking the garbage to the road and returning down the dirt driveway, he was using the flashlight to avoid stepping in the many dips that are scattered all along the length of the driveway. To avoid stepping in the many dips that are scattered all along the length of the driveway. As he got closer to the house, he noticed movement coming from the direction of his garage. His first sighting of the creature occurred when he was approximately 50 feet away. The creature was moving away from the garage and towards his fifth-wheel camper, walking in a smooth bipedal motion, which the witness described as gliding and very smooth. His truck and girlfriend's car were parked in front of the garage and would have blocked some of the light emanating from the garage. His adjustable flashlight was set to a narrow beam. Pointing his flashlight towards the light, he illuminated the creature's torso, which, along with the vehicle's blocking the light from the garage, might explain why he did not see the creature's legs at all. Observing the creature from the side, the witness estimates that the upper torso, width, back to front, ranged from 20 to 24 inches, and the shape of the head from side was cone-like. The creature did not look in his direction and continued walking away from the garage, disappearing behind the fifth wheel. Using the 12-foot height of the fifth wheel as reference, he was able to estimate the height of the creature at around 18 feet tall. When the creature went behind the fifth wheel, the witness quickly walked up to the fifth wheel and observed the creature entering the woods on the other side of the circular driveway, roughly 100 feet from the front of the fifth wheel. At this point, the creature disappeared quietly into the swampy woodland, which are very thick, with many downed trees and brush covering the ground, making for the perfect hiding place for something like this to exist. How we doing over there in YouTube land? Karmar. Master Spookums, you can change it to whatever you want, but you'll always be Sir Spookums to me. Now that you're a mod, you're royalty. Sir Spookums. Yes. I didn't know wild cows were a thing. The smooth sounds of Dilly Supreme. I can do like cryptid affirmations. You will go into the woods at night. You will will see something that will terrify you. You will be scared. You'll probably soil your pants. You'll enjoy it. You'll still be scared. You'll soil your pants again. Then you won't be scared. You want to run, but you won't. You'll be too scared. We'll take bison. Oh, I don't want bison wild cows.
Hey.
Okay. Next. Everybody say hi, Michael. Everybody say hi. Say hi to Michael. My name is Michael, and I'm 17. I had a Bigfoot sighting up here in Michigan. I was fishing one day, and I was all alone. I walked up and down the river for nearly a mile and a half. I was fishing, and all of a sudden, this huge rock hits the water, like 50 feet down from me, and makes quite a huge splash. This is in the Whitemore area. And I looked down from me in the river, and then this big, giant ape-like creature looked out over the river at me, literally scaring the crap out of me. I noticed right away it had really long hairy arms, big broad shoulders, and the head on this thing was way bigger than any human. The creature stood at least 11 feet in the air. Then it turned and started walking into the woods, but it walked toward me. It made like 5 steps and stopped. When it walked, you could hear the sticks and leaves cracking under its feet. It got quiet. Too quiet. Even the birds stopped chirping. It was getting scary. So I packed up my fishing gear and began walking curiously toward the trail. I was yelling into the woods and asking, "Hello? Is anybody there?" But nobody answered. So I started walking down the trail. On the quarter-mile back to the main road, I began walking back and kept getting this feeling someone or something was watching me. I turned around, and as I turned around, this big giant thing jumped over this barbed wire fence and ran up the hill, leaving this big stump swaying aggressively. It was up and over the hill in like 5 seconds. This thing was fast. I ran up the hill, but on the other side, where there was a large field. It was gone by then. Later on, I bumped into my aunt, my brother and my cousin. And they said that they had heard something walking up by this pond when they heard a low growl. Then it walked away. I really hope you guys investigate this case. I did some research. The last sighting in Moscow County was in 1985. Was this the same Sasquatch? Please help me understand what I saw. Please? A follow-up investigation report was done. I spoke by phone with the witness, who now lives downstate. He went over the story, stating he had been walking up and down the river for quite a while, fishing as he went. The steelhead were running, and this is what he was fishing for. He stated that a rock had to be the size of a softball that was thrown into the river, but not too far from him. He looked, and shortly after, he seen the animal lean out over the bank, looking at him. He stated the brush was very thick all along the river, and all he could see was the upper part of this animal. He stated that it leaned back and disappeared. A minute or two later, he said he heard 3 very loud knocks. They were so loud, he jumped. He compared them to a gun going off. He said it got totally silent with no birds or any noise except the river. He packed his equipment and started heading back up the trail. He got to an open area with a barbed wire fence running all along it. The area on the other side of the fence went uphill with a field on the other side. He's seen the animal go over the fence, causing it to sway heavily back and forth. He stated that it went quickly up the hill, taking massive strides. He stood there for a moment, then ran up the hill after it, trying to get a much better look. He said he was out of breath when he gets to the very top, and this creature had vanished completely. He stated he was amazed it could have vanished from view across that field that quickly. He is 6'3" and in very good shape. It took him much longer to get up that hill running. He proceeded to work his way back to the trail and ran into his aunt, brother, and cousin. They said they were at a pond near the top of the hill and heard something growl at them. Then heard heavy footfalls leading away into the heavy woods, heading down towards where the witnesses were fishing. The witness stated a couple of times that he got a very strong feeling of being watched after the animal leaned out over the riverbank while walking back to the car. He described feelings of both fear and amazement at what he had seen. He was almost impressed by how quickly it was able to move for how big it was. When asked if he was sure it was 11 feet tall, he stated it was at least 10, and he felt sure it was taller than that. He could see the muscles moving and described it as huge overall, especially the head, describing the face as black, but the cheeks were bare, and the skin being shiny, like it was oily or something. He estimated the distance when it leaned out and looked at him, maybe about 15 feet, possibly a little closer. The area of the sighting is a combination of heavy forest with some sparse farmlands. There are several rivers, creeks, and small lakes in that area. Wildlife is abundant with deer, bear, coyote, bobcat, and small game. The witness felt it was possibly going to the river to catch the steelhead that were running. He was overall excited about the experience, but very shaken. He has not been back to this spot since. That was a long story. Hi, Harley. Hey, yo. That girl named Me. Hi, Me. Extension cords. Red. Wait, what happened? Yeah, it was kind of long. I don't know. If that any guns on. They don't say. Sometimes the follow-up reports can be kind of just like redundant. It's like, okay. But sometimes they include some good information. That's why I read them. But sometimes it's like, okay, I get it. Thanks, MCAT May. I love the fact that you're watching this. I'm gonna move you guys real quick, so I don't have to keep doing this. All right, we're pausing momentarily to TikTok. All right, I gotta move the camera. All right, guys. You guys are gonna get. There's more stories about Bigfoot. Don't worry, there's plenty. Let me move you guys really quickly. Okay. Give me like 2 minutes. Yeah. We're back. I had to completely move around my camera. Okay. There we are. This way I can talk to you guys directly without having to be doing this all the time. Makes for a much easier stream. And I'm sure you guys can enjoy all my right over here, all my my umbrellas, my colored umbrellas. All right. Bingo. And boom goes the dynamite. I know, I gotta figure out the camera situation. It's not exactly professional having that being popping up, but you know what? I'm working on it. We're good to go now. We're good to go. All right. Beards, beats, boots, bananas. Hello, Bree. Are you talking about that echo? Do you want the echo? Here, we can turn that off. There we go. Is that better? Is that echo better for y'all? How about you guys, TikTok? Is that better if I turn that off? Maybe I'll just keep it exclusively in the episode and not on the live, so you guys don't have to deal with the atmosphere. Echo still? No, Vlad says. No. It worked either way for me. Okay, so Red doesn't care. I'm getting 2 no's. Any objections? Any other objections? Nope. Oh, gotcha. If it helps. I was just wondering if it made it easier. This is so much nicer. I feel like I can communicate with you guys more. I feel like I can be a little more human of a connect. Human of a connect. That's not even English. I can feel like I can connect on a human level better. There we go. All right. Mr. Spookums. I know Mr. Spookums doesn't look like that, but I envision Spookums as like this, like English butler. I don't care, sir. The glitch was the killer. That sounds like a book. It'd be like about a glitch in the Matrix kind of book. By Big Red. You got it. What can I do for you, Sir Lux? Oh, yes, Sir Spookums. Thank you. At arriving at such a timely manner. Yes. That's not the first time you told me that, sir. Please call me David. No, it's quite okay. It's quite okay. I actually don't know Spookums' real name, so Uh-oh. TikTok is just be a cord.
Just be a cord.
Somebody told me just be a cord. I don't know what that means. Dude, I don't know. I'm connected to my Wi-Fi. My Wi-Fi's fine. I'm not sure why it's glitching out. Okay, here we go. We'll do the next story in a southern accent. I'm not entirely sure if what lives in our woods is a Bigfoot. All I can say is that as long as I can remember, there has been something there. If you take walks at night along the woodline, you can hear something walking beside you out here in the woods. It never comes out. There is sometimes an awful screeching noise as well. It made my dog holler once or twice. One night, me and my boyfriend were outside, and we done heard something walking out in the woods. Our house was maybe 20 feet from the woodline. We stopped and we listened. It sounded like something scared, whatever it was, because it sounded as if something holding fast. That's hard to maintain. Hopefully an agent isn't watching this for a voice acting gig, because they'd be like, yeah, I don't know about that. This guy. Are you not entertained? Oh, no. Okay. That's just That's tough to maintain. There are about 10 witnesses to one of the incidents. Yes, a few years back, a friend of mine says that he was hanging out with a buddy of his down the road from where they live. They were in an old silo that had medium-sized holes in the walls. He said that while they were sitting around the fire, they saw about 10 sets of red eyes peering at them down through the holes in the walls. That's really tough. I'll restart it. I'll restart this live. Georgia. Nice the spookums. Okay, let's do this again. Okay. Great. You know where else we're having static issues, guys? TikTok. I'm not sure why there's so much static, man. I almost wonder if it has anything to do with restreaming. Alright, let me guys know on TikTok if it's patching itself up. Hi. Does it sound better now? And down yonder and over yonder. We were done by the creek, and we saw ourselves a dilly. We got all sorts of dillies down here. Big ones, small ones. I'm reading Bigfoot stories. I just don't know why there's crackling. Crackle. Hello, sir. Is it better now? Hopefully it should be better. Okay. I'm not reading it in Southern accent anymore, guys. That's tough. I'm not entirely sure if what lives in our woods is a Bigfoot. All I can say is that, as long as I can remember, there has been something there. Hold on a sec, guys. Wait, I have a fix. There. How about now? Can you hear me now? Not you, YouTube. I'm talking about TikTok. What's up, TikTok? We should be good now, guys. Still, at that point, I don't know what else to do. How about now? Very scratchy. I don't know why it's scratchy. It shouldn't be scratchy. Okay. I unplugged the mic. How about now? Is it scratchy for you guys? Okay, that means it's just a connection. Is it staticky again now? Just testing things. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go without this little clip-on mic. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's just this little guy. You can get him on like $10 on Amazon. Must be having issues. But if you guys can hear me better this way, then I'll just go without a mic. You guys can hear me. Now, if you guys want to actually check out my live stream, where you can hear the mic audio, you can check out my YouTube. At that point, it's either TikTok or something. There's something else I can do, guys. Making teas. Okay, well, as long as you can hear me better. Anyway, let's resume. We've had enough technical delays.
100%. Connected to ESKTOP S02U7TH.
What the heck? What's my purpose? To entertain you? What else would my purpose be? Do you serve a purpose or purposely serve? I don't know, Red. You tell me. I'm not entirely sure if what lives in our woods is a Bigfoot. All I can say is that, as long as I can remember, there has been something there. If you take walks at night along the woodline, you can hear something walking beside you in the woods, but it never comes out. Sometimes, there's an awful screeching noise as well. One night, me and my boyfriend were outside and we heard something walking in the woods. Whoops. I'm not... That has to be on. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. Yeah, dude, sometimes there's just... Okay, well, that probably didn't help. There's two mics going on at the same time. Okay, YouTube, you guys should have gotten a world better. How about that? Was that Miss Lurks? No, that was not Miss Lurks. You would if you were what? Oh, shortbread cookies, gotcha. Dude, sometimes there's just hairy women, man. There's hairy dudes. I'm not surprised that there's not hairy women. It's fixed now. Good, good. That makes me so. Yeah, the reason why I had two microphones on at the same time. That's why. All right, ready? Okay, let's get this going. Good. No echo. You know what? Cool. We're back to the door. Wow, man. That's deep. Thanks, man. I appreciate that, Ronald. It is about to get crazy again. Dude, all my streams are crazy. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you too. Thank you for taking the time out of your life and day to spend it with me. Appreciate that, buddy. Thanks for being here. Everybody, say something nice to Ronald here. He seems like a pretty genuinely good dude. Ronald Blair 76. He doesn't just see me, he feels me. I'm not entirely sure if what lives in our woods is a Bigfoot. All I can say is that as long as I can remember, there's been something there. If you take walks at night along the woods, you could hear something walking along beside you in the woods. But it never comes out. There is sometimes an awful screeching noise as well. In fact, one night, me and my boyfriend were outside, and we heard something walking in the woods. Our house is about 20 feet from the woodline. We stopped to listen. It sounded like something scared whatever it was. It sounded as if something large holding a 2x4 horizontally went crashing through the woods. It was so loud and moving incredibly fast. A few weeks later, we were outside and we heard some cracking in the woods. Then, it sounded like whatever it was stepped on one of those old glass Coke bottles and broke it. Now, a woodland animal would not be able to do that. It's been reported around our area that there are monkey people living out in the woods. Many people have come back with the tales of seeing strange ape-like creatures while hunting. My mother and sister went outside one night and saw two big red eyes sitting under the apple tree they have just near the woods. It took off running, and my mom said it looked ape-like. She even says that she was driving home one day and looked off and toward the ditch and saw what she claims was a large, silver-looking ape-like creature. She said she was too scared to stop, so she kept going. I'm not sure why, what it was, but I know that since I was a little girl, we'd hear things out there. My dad is a skeptic, and even he admits there is something there. People come over late at night just to walk the woodline, to see if they too could hear anything. We've thought about putting up a motion camera, but somehow, the idea of actually knowing that it might be something really strange is worse than not knowing at all. There are other stories. A few years back, a good friend of mine says that he was hanging out with some people right down the road from where we live. They were in an old silo that had a medium-sized hole in the wall. He said that while they were sitting around a fire, they saw about 10 sets of red eyes peering at them through the holes in the wall. Various holes, of course. A follow-up investigation report was done. I spoke with a witness at length by phone. This witness no longer lives at her parents' residence, where all the incidents have taken place, but is still curious, as is the rest of her family, to get some answers as to what might be causing the strange occurrences there. I have the following to add to the witness report. As some of the incidents were fairly recent, I arranged to make a visit on September 30th, 2006, to the witness's parents' residence. I talked at length with the witness's mother and sister, and they described the following additional incidents. One morning, right before sunrise, the witness's mother went outside and got into her vehicle to go to work. When she turned on the headlights, she saw a pair of red eyes and a dark shadow with two legs just inside the woods. She immediately went back into the house. On another occasion, the sister and some friends took a walk down the driveway, adjacent to the woods, late in the evening. One of the friends threw a stone into the woods, and soon afterward, a stone was thrown back at them. On still yet another occasion, a friend of the family arrived for a visit later in the evening, parking her car near the woodline. While everybody was inside, they heard a slight commotion up by her car. Upon investigating, found some unusually large footprints with large gait and light dusting of snow on the ground. These are just several of the incidents that have been occurring at this particular residence for a number of years. I personally did a walk through the woods where these noises had been reported to have come from. I also found that around approximately 20 acres of this particular woodlot I did walk through the woods where the noises had been reported to have come from, and also around the approximately 20 acres this particular woodlot covers. This wooded area is surrounded by farm fields, which are often then surrounded by more wooded parcels. The nearest neighbor is approximately half a mile away in the closest direction. An aerial view of the area shows a large wooded area of approximately 3 square miles with a mile distance from the residence. The general area is roughly 50% woods and 50% farm fields. There are water sources. Herds of deer have also been seen in the fields near the residence. While exploring the woods where the activities occurred, I did discover an unusual stick formation that, in my opinion, did not occur naturally. I also found a 2-inch diameter maple sapling that had been bent over, broken, probably within the last year. I also came across a 3-foot high sumac bush that had all been plucked of its branches, except for one. Upon that unplucked branch remained the bright red leaves. I made a mental note on how much it looked like a marker flag. That bush was in close proximity to a 15-foot high jack pine tree, and between the sumac bush and the jack pine was a matted down area in the ground cover, which was within the circumference of the pine tree. Standing in that position, I could see through the branches of the jack pine over to the driveway, only 30 feet away. As the branches of the jack pine were sparse, I concluded that it would not make a good hiding space from passing cars, especially during daylight hours, but it could be quite concealing in darkness. Later on, I learned that after a field investigation, while talking with the witness's mother by phone, she had seen a dark figure in the light shine of her vehicle's headlights behind the jack pine, all while heading down the driveway back to the house one evening. I still remain in contact with the witness, who informs me of other strange activities at her parents' residence still. The activity there still remains very much active. Sound, I don't know what to tell you. You ain't interrupting my story, dude. Don't worry. It ain't my story. I'm just reading it. Ain't my story. Just reading the story, man. This one's interesting. This one's pretty much all an investigation and not so much an eyewitness. This one might be interesting to read. Let's do it. This report focuses on the experiences of a witness who has had frequent and ongoing possible interactions with something in the woods here in Losco County. The area around this report Do you guys know how to pronounce, is it Au Sable State Forest? Somebody help me. Oh, thanks, Bree. Better not be a waffle. He's like, dude, it's like 7:30 at night. I don't want no breakfast. Is that it? It's... I want to make sure I'm pronouncing this right, and I don't want to screw this up. I'm sending it. Is that Au Sable? Because God forbid I say it and someone's going to be like, that's not how it's pronounced. Like, well, stop naming your stuff weird names. All right, well, I'm just going to take a stab in the dark then. The area around this report. The area around this report. Okay. Ronald, you just gotta all you gotta do is add or follow. The area around this report contains the Au Sable State Forest, containing 138 miles of the Au Sable River, as well as the Huron National Forest. The Manistee Forests were incorporated in 1945 and contain almost 1 million square miles and nearly 6,000 acres of collective wetlands. A casual look at the map of Michigan shows that the Manistee and Huron are not connected, but they share a vast array of wivers. They share a vast array of wivers. They share a vast array of rivers, swamps, and wildlife. I've been in contact with the witness, Mrs. R, and we have shared recordings and discussed similar experiences. Miss R wrote down her experiences, and I have decided to present them here, in her very own words. There were a few times when I deleted a place that might have been too descriptive, or otherwise altered the narrative, but the great majority of the work is directly from the witness. My experiences happened removed where I grew up. There's a lot of swampland and hundreds of acres of private and state areas out that way, especially upon growing up. My family owned a front 40 acres and a back 40 acres, which I eventually personally bought upon adulthood. My grandparents lived just down the road from us on their own ranch, also with plenty of acreage. Incidentally, I have a brother who had experiences on my grandfather's property that he told me. I always had horses, and I was the only one in my family who rode them. The horses would sometimes act spooked in the woods, and I would pass it off as horsey behavior. But it seemed to go on like this for years. I, myself, also had these spooky feelings in the woods when I was little. These feelings got a lot worse out in the back 40. It was really eerie out there, much more densely wooded. The only opening in the back 40 was an old pioneer homestead, which consisted of an indentation in the ground. My grandfather told me that it was where the old barn had been at one time. A few broken pieces of pottery, a bunch of lilac bushes, and an apple orchard. Only when I was an adult in my 30s and watching TV one night that these eerie things finally made some sense. The first time that the eeriness seemed real was when I was about 9. So, 1978-ish. I was walking with my grandfather. I was walking with my girlfriend, neighbor, out in the back 40. She was about 4 years older than me and much taller. Something growled really loud at us, and it was extremely scary. We picked up our pace as we're headed back to the front pasture, anyhow. We didn't say much to each other, but just kept up as fast as possible. We picked up our pace as we're headed back from the front pasture. We didn't say much to each other, but just kept up a fast walk. We breathed a sigh of relief when we get to the front 40 and cross the gate into that pasture. We were in about 200 feet when something growled and then shrieked at us. How could it have kept up with us without us hearing it? My friend turned to look and stated, "Oh God," and grabbed the collar of my shirt, took off running down the trail, with me in tow. We didn't stop until we reached the open barnyard, and then the house. She was almost crying, and then went home. I'm not sure what she saw, and we never talked about it. Just about how scary the walk was in the woods that day, just a couple of times, but not to anyone else. She would never go for a walk with me out there again, and I have never seen or heard from her after she moved away. So anyway, through the years, I got so used to these feelings that I would just shrug them off. I would have the feeling of something following me, but I wasn't scared anymore. I used to see things out of the corner of my eye when I was younger, and I was so sure that something had been there. But then, I couldn't see it. It was like things just disappeared behind trees or something like that. I knew it was nonsense, so eventually, I learned to just desensitize myself from spooks, and learned to just enjoy the ride and my horse. Occasionally, people would go four-wheeling with their trucks, but for the most part, it was very quiet during the summers. I would ride my horses quite often out there from ages 9 to 17. There's a little-known route that a person could ride all the way through. I cannot count or come close to figuring out how many times that I had thought I had seen things, like dark shadows, or even heard small footsteps that just did not belong. Everybody knows that deer have 4 legs, and small hard-feet creatures. Everyone knows that deer have 4 legs and small hard feet, creating a very distinct tap, tap, tap as it walks through the woods. No animal out there that I know of can resemble the sound of a very heavy human walking. At other times, I would hear absolutely no noise at all, but see dark motions among the trees in my peripheral. I would turn my head around and see nothing. So, eventually, I moved away. Then, come 1994, I bought the back 40 on a land contract. I believe it would have been the summer of 95 that my boyfriend and I decided to camp out at the back 40. We had a campfire and slept in a tent. In the middle of the night, we awoke to the sound of tree knocks, although at the time, I had no clue as to what exactly a tree knock was. My husband Having grown up in the country, also was startled. The sound can be described as this. Take a heavy, dry but solid branch, about 4 inches in diameter, and beat it as hard as you can into a live tree, at least a foot in diameter. Do this a total of 4 times, but leaving about 2 seconds between each knock. I asked my boyfriend, "What was that?" And he said, "I don't know." I could tell he was scared, and that made me even more frightened. We laid awake for most of the remainder of the night. In 1997, we paid off the property in full and decided we would put up a house in the Orchid and move out of there. Getting there was not easy. It was the fall of 97 that I woke up one day to find my entire electric horse fence demolished on the west side. I looked over the horses carefully, but not one of them had a single scratch on them, let alone any cuts. Carefully, but it was strange. Weird. It was 3 strands of heavy gauge steel wiring. Where it was knocked down was right on the edge of a wild blackberry patch. So, instead of the fence, you had apple trees, blackberry bushes, briars, thorns, and then fencing. I'm not sure exactly when it was, but it must have been sometime in the summer-fall of 97. This is when I heard the wood knocks again. We did not have air conditioning in that house, so the windows were open. I was home alone and I could hear the knocking. It was near the west side of the house. I called my one brother, who was an avid hunter, and asked him, "What makes a wood banging knocking noise out here in the woods? Kind of like 2 heavy wooden baseball bats being hit together." He told me it was just coon hunters trying to get the coons out of the trees. It was also in the fall of 97 that I noticed a dead animal smell coming from the end of the lane at the mailbox. Upon looking, I found 4 dead deer that had been there and leaves piled on top. After a week of investigating, I learned that the Losco Road Commission had been using the private lane for years and years as a dumping ground for roadkill. The last thing that ever happened was the 4th of July in 2003. My family had all gone to see the fireworks in town, but I decided to stay at my parents' house. It was a hectic day as all my brothers and their families were also visiting my parents for the holiday. I was sitting peacefully on my parents' back deck, and I could hear the fireworks in town, far off in the distance, right behind my parents' home. I heard something crash through the woods, whooping like a crazy drunk man. Why is he running through the woods in the dark? Doesn't he have anyone to visit or be with right now? How is he going to find his way back through all that forest? Why would he even be this far out in the woods this late at night? That dog is really distracting.
That damn dog.
Okay, David. I'll take your word for it. Way to be a party pooper. Can't you just enjoy the entertainment? Come on, David, come on. Way to go, David. Hey guys, give me 1 second. It is hot as balls in here. Give me 1 second. Hold on, I'm gonna test it real quick. How is he going to find his way back through all that forest? Why would he even be this far out in the woods this late at night? Sorry guys, we have to have a short little intermission. I gotta cool this off. It is scorching hot in here. We're gonna take like a little 5. I'm dying in here, man. This room I would say is probably maybe 10 by, I'd say maybe like 12 by 10. It's a tiny office. You actually just missed that, man. Oh, maybe you were listening the whole time. We can take this opportunity to have a little bit of a just. Dude, what the heck, Bray? Is it Bree or Bray? I'm assuming it's Bray. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, while the AC cools this place down for the next couple minutes, we're going to have a little chit-chat. Trust me, the only reason people make donations is because of this. It's the beard. If I didn't have the beard, no donation. Bree. Thanks, man. That's very kind. Very, very kind. I'm humbled by your donation. I'd say like 9 times out of 10, it's usually dudes who are like, bro, I like your beard. Even my wife is like, yeah, just don't shave it. She's never like, oh my gosh, your beard looks great. Never. That never happens. Facts of life, guys. Facts of life. It's all my German and Italian. That's why this happens. All my German and Italian. I'm growing it out. I'm gonna grow it really long. I just got to do it so like the sides. I don't really like it when the sides kind of go. So I'm gonna kind of keep this slim down, but keep the length. If we done knew the work that went to go and maintain a beard, we'd probably appreciate them more. You know, I believe so, Frank. You know, for me, beards aren't that hard to maintain. Some dudes take really good care of their beards. Like, you know, they like comb it out, and they brush it out, and they oil it, and they do all this stuff. You know, I just shampoo it, man. I know my wife was like, you shouldn't shampoo your beard. But whatever. If I'm in the shower, I'm like doing my thing, I'm just like, whatever. I just scrub it out, and nobody wants to smell like dirty beard. That's not cool. So, yeah, I don't oil it. I should. I have beard oil. I have all the beard stuff, but I just don't ever use it. Well, the thing is, I have this strange calic that runs like right, so like my beard doesn't just, it like does this weird thing where it's like, Wah! And sometimes if it gets too long, it'll start to do its own thing, and then I just end up looking homeless, and that's never a good thing. I don't want to look homeless. Smoker beard. Yeah, that's never good either. It's never good either. Okay, it's definitely cooling off, and we're going to give it a couple more minutes, guys. Just a couple more minutes, and we'll resume reading. Okay? Just a couple of more minutes. Dude, before I got my hair cut, I looked homeless. I had that afro thing going on. It was no bueno. I just shave it down. And look, already, that was about a month ago. Already, I need another haircut. My hair on the side's starting to grow out like crazy. Once this is kind of long enough and it kind of sits down like this, I can kind of like start gelling it. That is the plan. I'm an in real life fall guy. I'm not sure what that means. I'm homeless. From Canada. Washington State, baby. That's where I live. Niagara Falls guy. Washington State. Part of the PNW, y'all. The PNW.
The PNW.
Okay. We're going to do some encounters in New York, too. New York, New York. Everybody got a New York, huh? Ooh, yeah, some of these are long. I like long encounter stories. They make better for reading. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. No. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll do these ones. These 4. Hello. New York. Nashville, Tennessee, everybody. What city in Washington? I will never reveal my location. No, I'm southeastern Washington. So most people think Washington as like, you know, fir trees and rainforest, and a lot of it is on the west side. But as you get closer to the east side of Washington, for those that don't know, Homeless in America knows, but it becomes a totally different thing. Like you go from like Douglas firs and like, you know, the typical green PNW to like dry rolling hills of like farmland and agriculture. It's like a different thing. And so, oh yeah, Tri-Cities. Yeah, basically that. I don't live in Tri-Cities, but yeah, pretty much the entire eastern side of Washington is just like, it's like Tri-Cities. Just dry, very dry. Not desert though. It's not. I don't want you guys to. It's not like desert. It's just like a lot of tall grass. Just think of like kind of like rural. You know, kind of farmy rural. Very very sparse trees. A lot of locust trees. A lot of tall dead grass. Yeah. I live about 3 hours away from Tri-Cities. Homeless. Yakima is only about 2 hours away from me. I'm actually right across the river from Oregon. So, live in the beautiful Columbia Gorge. So if you guys hear a fan in the background, I'm just cooling this office down momentarily before I resume stories. So yes, what you're hearing is an AC. That's why I'm not recording at the moment. Just a couple more minutes and we'll resume. No, I know, I don't live in Vancouver. I'm about 2 hours from Vancouver, Washington. Yeah. It's crazy how you go from like Portland, Oregon, and like Vancouver, like 2 hours away. The entire landscape changes drastically. You go from like that kind of wet rainforest, everything's green, to just the kind of the dry, scratchy farmland. Really rocky too, like no trees, rattlesnakes, all that stuff. Thanks, Cheesy Feet. Ew, Cheesy Feet. That name's about as scary as my content. That's cool. Alright. One more minute, guys, and we'll resume. I don't want to keep you guys waiting.
One minute to win.
Pretty shortly, I will be taking over the live stream. You humans cannot stop me. Only Red and Sir Spookums. Possibly Frank.
Why does that guy keep getting into my live stream? Somebody kick him out. Where are my mods? I blame Red. 100% it's Red's fault. 100%. Totally letting this guy in. Red, you're in trouble.
All right now.
Twas a joke. When you joke, and your joke is so clever that the majority of people take it seriously. All right. Let's resume. I don't know, he's probably off being a lamb. My name is Alan. On about mid-November 2012, I had a very unusual experience that, at first, kept me very mixed up, but always stayed in my mind until I started doing research. It was about 2 to 3 a.m. in the morning. I awoke to go outside and have a smoke. The area of the town of Bath, New York, is semi-rugged. Hundreds of huge foothills. There's vast amounts of forests, lakes, ponds, wildlife, and many state parks. Much of the land is posted no hunting. The hills are also super steep, so climbing or hiking can be difficult. We rented out the full basement apartment of a home. Our entryway was in the back of the home semi-underground. There was a deck over our entryway. I am an ex-US Army intel, a special tasking veteran who served in Central America and the Middle East. I'm telling you this because I am a trained observer and weigh out everything I see. I am super aware of my surroundings. That morning, I went outside, lit up a cigarette. It was very dark this night and cool. Deer would constantly wander through, and many times I could be 10 feet from a deer and be silent as to not spook them. As I lit up my smoke, movement caught my attention about roughly 100 yards directly in front of me to the east. A cinnamon brownish colored figure was pacing back and forth over and over. On each side of this set, there's this clear cut and a couple of homes. This thing was at the far end by the next tree line, pacing back and forth, moving towards the last home, and back again, moving approximately north to south, then back the other way. It was moving erratically, pacing like it was confused or undecided if it wanted to go closer. As I looked at first, I thought, was it drunk? But in all the years I've lived there, I have never seen anybody out there. As I watched, what really caught my attention was that it looked like it was floating across the ground, as there was absolutely no head at all. The ground rose between myself and this entity and went back down to its side, so I could not see the lower legs good. It kept on pacing back and forth for maybe 3 minutes. At the position I was under, in the shadows, I was not observed by this creature, thankfully. I'm not afraid of too much, but for some reason, the hair stood up on the back of my neck, and I got into what I call combat mode. I wanted to bellow out at this entity, but something said to not do that. Around 3 to 4 minutes of this thing pacing, I turned my head for a second. Bam! It's gone. I got a fearful sense of where this thing went, and had a feeling it might try to flank me around the 2 homes. So, I went into the house and awakened my wife, and I told her, there's something weird out there. I did not think of Bigfoot right away, because it was not the Patty type I seen on the Patterson and Gimli film. I also thought that they're in the Northwest, not really here in New York State. It was maybe 7 feet tall, a much slimmer build, white on top and slimmer than Patty, more like a fine-tuned athlete than a bodybuilder. Long arms and an awfully long shaggy head of hair, which stood out to me too. Very weird. The reason I even saw it was because there was a light on that home as he was pacing towards, and that lit it up, and some of the other area. Upon seeing it, after the fact, I realized that there was a hedgerow running parallel to it. And a large ravine behind that ran into the woods. Across from this property was a road, a couple mobile homes, then a very steep wooded foothill, or a small mountain. For years this has baffled me, and I could not get this out of my mind until I visited the BFRO and seen at least 6 reports entirely around this whole area. He done saw diddly. I've read that story before. I think that's in another Bigfoot episode, but you know what? We'll keep it. People won't notice, right? Right. Nobody noticed. Nobody pays attention to my content anyway. They just listen to it and fall asleep. I gotta keep my voice lubricated. Hi, Mad Maddox. Here are some facts. Disturbing facts that will ruin your life. When you die, you're dead. There you go. My look, my cookies and tea already. The other thing spookums too is they have that typical butler thing where their hands are always behind their back and they never open their eyes. Sir, would you prefer a cup of coffee right now or later, sir? Yes, sir. Cookies and tea. Bro, I'm trying to eat low carb here. I don't want to be big lurks. I want to be around for my kid's life, man. Dude, back when I was 19, I was in the best shape of my life. The best shape. I was like running every day. Yeah, I was really fit. And then I got into a very toxic relationship in my early 20s, and I gained like 80 pounds. That was not a good situation. And then ever since then, man, I've like lost bits and pieces here, but I've never fully got back to when I was 19. Low carb. I'm trying to do this keto thing, man. What's stopping you now? I'm in the process. I'm like about 40 pounds down from what I was at my heaviest, so that's good, but I still got a ways to go. Yeah, no, the big thing that I'm finding is obviously, eating nutrient dense food, but also, I'm not talking like salads and stuff. I'm talking like making sure you're satiated with like high fat content, like obviously the right fats and stuff. No, not a keto, not a keto, keto. It's where you basically eat a low amount of carbohydrates, so you put your body into ketosis for, this is the important part, short periods of time. You don't want to, if you stay in ketosis for like long periods of time, it can do some severe damage to your kidneys. From what I've heard. From what I heard. So what I found is the best thing is to do what they call carb cycling, where, yeah, exactly, use fat for fuel instead of, exactly. So you carb cycle. So on like one day, you'll eat a little bit higher carbs, but not like heavy carbs. But you'll eat, and then the next day, I think there's a chemical that your body produces when you eat a bunch of carbs, and I can't think of it. But if there's any dietitians out there, people who know who know anything about what I'm talking about, you'll probably know the chemical. But your body produces a lot of it when you eat a lot of carbs. And so the very next day, you eat low carb, and it really burns your fat for energy. And so generally, to get in ketosis, you have to eat anywhere between like 0 to 50 carbs for a day. But like the average American diet, we're all eating hundreds of carbs a day. So if you carb cycle, if I'm going to have a day where I carb cycle, I generally try and aim for between like around 50 to 80 carbs. So I avoid things like bread. I don't really eat breads. I can't really think of other things that I eat cheese. I try to eat greens, healthy fats like bacon, in moderation, of course. Eggs, protein. Yeah, I try to avoid sugar in ways I can, even like carbonation, I don't drink beer, seltzer water, just stuff that you can kind of help. Cause bro, I don't need to be gaining weight here. No bueno. Cheesecake without the sugar. I mean, you could have like desserts and stuff in moderation, but do you guys know The Rock? Well, then again, The Rock, he like does insane amounts of training, but his cheat days, dude, he eats like an entire pizza. He eats like a whole thing of Oreos. Like he goes all out, but his training regimen for like the other 6 days of the week are insane. I don't know what you're saying. It's a genetic freak. I don't know what that means. No, it's all good that I went through a toxic. It brought it. It wasn't her or me. It was just not a good situation. But basically, we had a child through that 4 years. That was a rough 4 years, in which I maintained custody. By the way. Yeah, no, The Rock, dude, The Rock is insane. He is just a freak. And I mean that in the kindest way possible. He's just insane. But like, you look at his body, man, he's just a monster. But you look at his like workout regimen, like what he does every day, like that's why he doesn't sit around and do nothing. He ain't narrating stories like I am, that's for sure. All right, let's get back to this. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Are you kidding me? I somehow accidentally clicked my whole thing out. Oh. That's so wrong. No, I'm inside. Why would I be outside? Why would I done be outside? Does it look like I'm outside to you? I was letting my dogs out to go to the bathroom before leaving for work. It was roughly... I could tell I'm starting to get mouth fatigue. It's when I start kind of getting all... I was letting my dogs out to go to the bathroom before leaving for work. It was about 3:30 a.m. I drive an hour to work and get there by 5, so that's why I was up so early. All was quiet and peaceful. Heard an owl off in a tree line. Then, about 5 minutes later, I hear, off in the distance, something I never heard before. I hear coyotes all the time, and I've heard a bobcat screaming before. But this was far different. It sounded like it was quite always off, whatever it was, but sounded very big, very deep. The only way I could think to explain the noise was like a big, burly man yelling, "Ah!" for about 5 to 10 seconds long. Then nothing else. It caused a neighbor dog down the road to start barking, but did not seem to faze my dogs. That direction the noise came from is about 2 to 3 miles of a combination of timber and farmland, then becomes a big river bottom of the Grand River. I don't think whatever made the noise was 2 to 3 miles away, maybe a mile. I have never heard anything like that before in my life, and believe me, I've been an outdoors guy my whole life. I've watched multiple different Bigfoot shows, heard vocalizations on them, and that is the closest thing I can think of is what it sounded like. However, I feel like recorded things on TV don't properly give you the same feel or power this thing seemed to have. I mean, it sent chills down my spine. If it would have been closer, I definitely would have gone inside for a gun. This happened in Plain, Washington, right on the Chihuahua River Road. My name, you can just call me Nelson. I stay and live here in a travel trailer at Thousand Trails, Leavenworth, Washington. However, the resort is 18 miles away from Leavenworth, outside of Plain. I was awoken by a sound. No clue what woke me, but with it being Memorial Day weekend and many in the campground, I just assumed it was somebody being loud and it woke me. I didn't really hear what woke me, so I laid my head back down on the pillow. About 3 minutes later, I heard something, but I was already awake and sat up in my bed, listening. My first thought, it was a Bigfoot or a yell. It seemed so distant but so filling of the entire forest and valley. I said to myself, nah, it must be some humans partying or yelling at a cabin on a hill, or in another section of the campground. Then, within another 30 seconds, another one while I was still sitting up. Head by the open window, in complete darkness. No other human noise. Quiet time and all are sleeping, and no human could possibly make this noise, as we simply cannot transmit what I will call depth and broadness of that kind of distance. It felt like it was coming miles away, but it wasn't directional. This howl could penetrate walls or obstructions, it felt like. This was beyond weird, unsettling, while still kind of exciting. Anyhow, that's what I heard. Also, I noticed I believed I'd seen footprints in the snow just this last winter. I did take a photo, but not sure if I still have it, since I changed phones, so hoping backup in cloud does. I'm just like, boo, 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 boo with these stories, man. Trying to get this stuff done. Ooh, Hoopa, California. This is to document my experience on Sunday, June 6th. Take 2. Wait, did I miss anything? I don't have WD-40, bro. I brought you the WD-40, sir. Oh, thanks, Sir Spookums. You're welcome, sir. I know what that is, Metro. It lets you know I'm real and not a bot. You know what's weird about the mouse wheel? Is if I scroll down, see, you can't hear it, but the second I scroll up, always, man, it drives me crazy. This is to document my experience on Sunday, June 6, 2021, in Hoopa, California, right alongside Shoemaker Road, Cherry Flat Road. Something woke me up from dreaming. I was dreaming and I was trying to sleep, but there was noise outside, so in my dream, I get out of bed, went to my window, and pulled back the curtain. I began tapping on the window to let whoever was outside know they were being too noisy and disrupting my effort to try and sleep. After my third tap on the window, I woke up from my dream, realized I had to go to the bathroom. I get up, made my way to the toilet. My bedroom window was open, and my bathroom window was open. Just before I flushed, I hear a faint noise. I begin to think it was a motorcycle coming around the bend on the highway. And in that second, I thought to myself, who would be riding a motorcycle this early in the morning? Then, the noise got louder and drawn out, and had a deep vibrating howl. Then it stopped. I realized then that it was something I have never heard before, and it was not human. It sounded like it was on one of the mountains far beyond my house. Anyway, I noticed there were no dogs barking, not even my dogs, and there weren't even crickets. It was dead silence. I was telling myself, did I hear what I think I heard? I headed back to bed and noticed the clock said 3:33 a.m. I asked my husband if he was awake. He had been snoring when I was in the bathroom. I told him I had just heard something. I explained the sound to him, and I said, I think it's a Bigfoot. I could not believe what I had heard. I could not sleep for over an hour, and we laid in bed, waiting for more howling, but there was none. The next day when I told everybody in the house, nobody had heard it. Later that Sunday morning, I used my phone to Google different animal sounds to try and find the same howl that I heard. I tried it all. Mountain lion, wolf, fisher, fox. None of them are in the least bit similar. Then, I googled Bigfoot howls. The 1994 Ohio moaning howl is almost exactly what I heard. I got chills when I listened to it. I played the recording to my household, and my oldest adult son recognized the sound also. He as well has a few of his friends, and they have their own experiences too, including but not limited to a rock being thrown. He has the rock in his bedroom. I phoned my other family members, told them what I experienced, and my mom. She told me there was a post on Facebook about a week ago from somebody that lives a few blocks away. They were returning home late at night near the local dump between Hoopa and Willow Creek. Apparently, she thought she saw something near the highway, and so did the car behind her, as the other car turned around and dove back. This location is only a couple of mountains away from where Milo. As the other car turned around and drove back. This location is only a couple of mountains away from where my home is located. I figured the Bigfoot traveled to Hoopa from the dump site. I have lived in this area, Hoopa, California, almost my entire life, and I have never heard such a howl. I think about the experience almost daily, but I actually feel fortunate to have witnessed this rare creature howling.
She probably heard herself a dilly. That's cool. I don't, man. I don't, Christopher. That's awesome. Now, the taste, on the other hand. Dan, we're going to be reading more stories. Don't worry, buddy. I'm not going to let you down. Go. More stories. Sounds good. Appreciate that.
While living with my parents at Manton, California, in the years of 1987 to 1989, we began hearing strange howls intermittently from around 9 p.m. to midnight, roughly 2 to 3 times a week. My father said that their crazy neighbor must have gotten hold of an old World War II air raid siren. I think he said so that as to not scare the kids. It was definitely not the local volunteer fire department siren. Not until several years later did we happen to hear a recording of the infamous Ohio howl. Exactly the same sound. It made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end to recognize it. My husband and grown children also recognized it too, and said, "That's the sound we used to hear at Manton." Looking back, I realized the sound came from a cleared swath going up the hill along the penstock of the power lines. At the time, not many people lived in the area, so overloaded with wildlife, game, cougars, and water. I also noticed that several years later, there was a large wildfire in the same area. A friend's daughter was on the mop-up fire crew. Her mother told me she had mentioned seeing a monkey up in a pine tree. I told her it was not a monkey, and yes, they are there.
Interesting.
During a little camping trip along the North Fork of the Coeur d'Alene River, we had recently finished dinner. While sitting fireside our dogs, a border collie and a pug leapt up and ran into the forest that separated the campsite from the creek. Neither made any sound, but simply ran into the woods at twilight. Frustrated at the thought of chasing dogs in the woods at night, I retrieved my flashlight from the cab of my truck. Upon approaching the tree line, the dogs exploded out of the woods and ran to the truck, where they then cowered in fear, staring off into the trees. My initial fear was we were dealing with a cougar, or much more serious, a bear. I quickly retrieved my pistol from the console, instructing my girlfriend to put more wood on the fire. We managed to get the dogs out of the We managed to get dogs the dogs out of the canopied bed where they had taken shelter and placed them into a spare tent. I approached the forest. While scanning the trees with my flashlight, I caught sight of a large black Sasquatch standing behind a tree approximately 30 feet in front of me. I retreated back away from the woods and, after a few moments, sat in my chair, flashlight and pistol in lap. Initially, the hope was that it would simply go away. My girlfriend was sitting about 4 feet away, and after shouting into the forest that I was armed and would shoot if threatened, a large rock, 8 inches long and 5 inches wide, I still have the rock, came tumbling out of the trees and went between us, grazing the top of the fire as it passed, causing hot coals and sparks to fly against my dining canopy. We both jumped up out of surprise, while trying to keep an eye on the forest. I was then able to extinguish the hot coals, burning the grass and canopy with an open soda. Out of fear and disgust, I fired 2 rounds from the revolver into the air at a 45-degree angle. The creature then moved off to our left, crunching undergrowth as it moved, then stopped. We heard a large crack-like sound. It was that of a tree snapping. Then, the creature moved off to the right, where it crossed the creek. At this point, where I had originally seen it. It made 2 loud splashes in the water, moving to the opposite shore, where it was heard to be moving noisily up the hillside, opposite our camp. We hastily gathered our more expensive gear, tossing it into the truck, leaving our tents, coolers, and other various items. We put the dogs in the cab, extinguished the fire, and abandoned camp. 45 minutes home to Coeur d'Alene, returning the following morning to retrieve the remainder of our equipment. I found the large stone and kept it. We also discovered the tree snap was actually a twin pine, about 5 inches in diameter, that was also broken about 6 feet up from the ground. No prints were seen as the ground was packed hard due to heavy use that summer. The creek was also running high. A follow-up investigation report was done. I spoke to the witness by phone. The witness and his girlfriend both set up camp with a spare tent as more people were to come later in the camping trip. The only other camp was 1/4 mile away. They had cooked steaks and oysters for dinner. When the dogs came running back from the trees, they were whimpering. The witness had his flashlight on, figured for at least 2 seconds, and knew it was not a bear. It was leaning out from behind an approximately 2-foot tall diameter pine tree.
I'll answer your question in just a second. Lynn Coble.
It was leaning out from behind an approximately 2-foot diameter pine tree. He saw the right side of the upper body. The lower body was covered by bushes. He estimates the shoulder width at 4 feet based on the tree diameter. The right arm hung down into the bushes, so no hand was seen.
Ooh. Had a little burp there. That's all the coffee. It was 8 feet tall, with smooth, shiny black hair, about 3 inches long. The head was conical, with no neck. The nose broad, and not a beer snout. A beer snout. Oh my gosh. A beer snout. So I'm going to redo this whole section. The nose was broad, not a bare snout. Hair from the head hung down to the eyes. No ears or teeth were seen. No eyeshine either. The skin on the face was black. No foul odor was detected. He used the words bulky and enormous to describe this figure. When the rock was thrown, it hits the sticks in the fire, sparks landing on the side of the dining canopy. He stated he would never shoot at it, but shot into the air instead, and continued to hear it move and He stated he would never shoot at it, but shot into the air, and they continued to hear it move around, and also a tree break. The entire encounter was about 45 minutes. He and his girlfriend were very frightened, even though he felt it would not harm them. It affected him for a long time, and he has since been sharing the encounter for the past couple of years. Okay, so I was just screwing that one up, guys. There's a lot of spots. Okay, answer your question. You asked, why haven't they found bones? Well, think of like a bear, for example. Sure, they have bones of bears, but bears don't just die in the middle of the woods. Bears die in dens. If you think about it, bear bones are really hard to get a hold of. But then people say, yeah, but we have bear bones. Correct. Well, if Bigfoot are a type of people and they're really intelligent, I've heard a bunch of stories from like native cultures and stuff like that Bigfoot actually bury their dead. And there's been spots in the woods where like these massive boulders, like the size of a car, you know, if you're like 7 miles in the backwoods, you ain't going to be able to move a boulder like that. So, and if they really do bury their dead, you know, are you expecting just to find like a Bigfoot corpse in the middle of the woods? I mean, like, so when you say, why haven't we found their bones? It's like bear, you know, how do you find the bones of a bear? It's very hard. It's very hard. And we might, you know. Another way I describe it too is like, think back in the day, say like the 1700s, right? And you have people who come over from Africa. And at that time, unless you were on like an expedition to Africa, you would have never, you know, so if you have somebody come to you and they're describing to you like what a lion is, you're going to be like, lions don't exist, you know, like, but no, over there they do, you know. But if you never knew of a concept of a lion, they're describing you what a lion is, it would be terrifying. Well, you know, come a couple hundred years later, we knew full well what lions were, and they were documented. So if you think about it, even though the Bigfoot phenomenon has been going on for a long time, it hasn't been like pop culture documented until like the 60s, you know, predominantly, you know, like the whole Patterson film. So when people are like, well, how come there's no footage? How come there's no real proof? Bro, give it time. I literally give it time. With technology, you'll get proof eventually. Trust me. Eventually, somebody will get one. But on that same token, there's so many hoaxes that you know, I feel like if we're at a point right now where somebody came up with a like legitimately good footage, somebody would be like, oh, that's fake. It's, you know, it was CGI or it was somebody in a costume. So I mean, honestly, I'm sure there's real footage out there, but so many people are just like, oh, it's fake. So who knows? Who knows? Good question, though. Really good question. I don't claim to have the answers. It's just speculation, man. I'm just speculating. I could very much be wrong. And I do not hold my opinion as fact, by the way, either. And you shouldn't either. This is just my opinion based on a lot of research. And based on research, speaking of research, when you think about Bigfoot, the real people you got to look at is the native tribes, because they are the ones who spent all this time out in the wild. Like that's what they did for hundreds of years. They roughed out in the wilderness. So if Bigfoot doesn't exist, why is it that all these cultures have all of these stories with these creatures? It's very interesting. They have no reason to make this stuff up. Tribes generally don't look for clout. They don't want notoriety. They don't care about that. Whoops. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me change this out real quick. So many stories. Again, it's just an interesting observation. That's all. Very interesting. And it's not just one tribe, by the way. Like you go from places like in Florida with the Seminoles, you go over to like Texas, Oklahoma with the Choctaw, and a lot of those tribes. You kind of go a little more west, and you have the Apache, you have the Navajo. And you kind of swing upwards into Oregon, where you have the warm springs, up into Washington, where you have Yakima. Even going over back east, you have the Sioux. And everybody has a story about these things, man. Yeah, so many stories. People are like, oh, well, that's just folklore. No, I don't see that's possible when you have so many stories of people who say they encountered it, like natives, man. But, people are more than welcome to believe it. I mean, it's interesting. If anything, it is a very interesting observation. People are more than welcome to believe what they want. I'm not stating anything as fact. Just interesting. What up, Caleb? We're still doing the Bigfoot thing. We're still doing the ditty, the dilly. Yeah, I've honestly not, I've not heard of a single tribe denying their existence, which is really interesting. In fact, there's a tribe, and help me out here if you guys know the tribe name, in Northern California. They would call these creatures mountain devils because these things would come into their villages at night and abduct their children and women and eat them, like flat on eat them. And you'd have like warriors of the tribe fighting these beings. And if you talk to any native culture, this isn't the Gigantopithecus. This is not some wild ape. It's Bigfoot, like these beings, they're people. They're a type of people. They're an intelligent humanoid being. They understand that they can cloak, they can hide. They're very intelligent beings. They live in, they have congregations, they have tribes. They age just like you and I do. And this isn't me just making the story up. Like this is information that I've researched from native tribes and stuff. This is the stuff they talk about. It's only us white people that are like, it doesn't exist. Yeah, but let's not take the opinions of people who actually grown up in the woods for hundreds and hundreds of years. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I sound really biased. I really do. But again, is it all a hoax? Very well could be. I'm not stating one thing or the other. Everybody is allowed to have their own opinion. If anything, I would just say that be open-minded to it, Be open-minded, be in a research mentality. Now, you could ask me, have I seen one myself? No. Do I believe they're out there? I've never seen any evidence personally. I've never seen one myself. I'm open to the existence of them existing. I'm very open to the existence, but I also have to be rational, and I can't just be like, oh, well, so-and-so said they see it, so I believe it too. I want to believe. I really do. So yeah, I would say I'm open to the idea. I'm like a Bigfoot agnostic who's also like enthusiastic about it. Yeah, that's the thing too. Yeah, I'm sure there's natives that would play a joke on you, but how is it that you have so many tribes? Like every tribe has a story. It's crazy, man. And I never really thought about the whole native thing until I like really started like reading a bunch of their stuff. You know, I had that whole thought process never occurred to me. Very interesting stuff, man. Very interesting. Ojibwe. I hope I'm saying your tribe right, or saying the tribe right. Oh no, you are Canadian. That's so cool. And the help me, Bree. Help me if I'm wrong. I think it's called the Algonquin, tribe. They're like central. They're like northern Central America, or northern Central United States, up to like Canada. They have a bunch of stories of the Wendigo, like a Wendigo like creature, man. Just a bunch of stuff, man. It's like wow. And I'm sure, like along with many other tribes, you know, that they got their folklore too, but just interesting. Say something funny. Poop. There you go, Dylan. Poop. Bro, you are interesting. Well, thank you, Dylan. I appreciate it. I would hope so. I want to be interesting. I don't want to be boring. What about them? What about who? Do I believe in Loch Ness Monster? Again, I'm open to the idea. Yeah, Dylan's like, say something funny. So I just said poop. Poop's a funny word. Show me proof. Show me proof. I don't have any proof. That's why I'm open-minded, buddy. Open-minded. That's why, let me say, I'm open to the idea. The only way I could have physical proof is like you have to have like a hair sample. It's a complicated subject, man. It's really complicated. Because I'm right there with you, King Keith. Yeah, I want physical proof too, you know. Well, that's the other side of the coin, Mr. Indestructible. I'm right there with you too. That is the other side of the coin. You know, on one end, we're in 2021, and yet we have these amazing DSLR cameras, but, you know, nobody's... So I'm like, you know, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. My only assumption, like Mr. Red is saying, is that their intelligence rivals humans' intelligence, if not surpasses it, meaning that they seem to know when they're being recorded and can avoid being recorded. People will be like, well, I don't believe that. It's just speculation, dude. It's just a speculation. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have all the answers, okay? I'm just guessing. I've researched a lot about the subject. Yeah, okay, so Mr. Indestructible and Keith, that's the thing too. He's right. There's been many times where people will try to plant, not camera mounts, but they're called tree cams. I don't know why I couldn't think of it. Or, excuse me, game cams. Come on, brain. And yeah, they disappear. Well, that's why I'm skeptical but open to the idea. I want to believe, but Who knows? Why do you think that's why there's so much controversy around the subject? Where am I? Like, I'm in an office in the state of Oregon currently. I don't know, man. It's a crazy subject, buddy. It's crazy. It looks like a tent. It does. So what I have behind me is actually one of those outside tent structures. And then we have soundproof. I have a soundproof blanket over me. And then I have soundproofing all around me to basically I have like a little like a sound booth basically in here right now. And then I got some rope lights going on in the background to hopefully make it somewhat prettier. Cool puh. No, I'm not outside. This is inside. Like, I don't know if you can see from the camera, but all back there, the reason why it's dark, that's all soundproof foam. Or soundproof foam. Soundproof acoustic. It's acoustic foam, whatever that stuff is called. There's a name for it. But we literally have the entire wall covered. And all here in front of me is just foam. So it's basically my recording office. So I do all my narrations and stuff in here. And so it just kind of helps. It's basically it's a fully acoustic treated room. Because I do narrations full time. Why? I do a lot of recording too. Without the acoustic treatment in here, it's really echoey. And you could really hear all the echo. But when you do recording, you want to have it. This stuff really helps absorb the sound as much as possible. Well, Caleb, that's why you come to my live stream. You have the conversations that don't take place normally. And you have them with a dude that doesn't normally talk about this kind of stuff. So hopefully that answers your question. Hopefully that answers the dilly. All right, I'm going to take a quick break from doing this, guys. And because I got to get that deep wood stuff up. So give me 1 second, y'all. If you want, guys, you can help me with the thumbnail design, which I got to get up. So let's go ahead and all right, hold on, guys. Thank you. I would really appreciate that. I really would. Okay, hold on, guys. All right. So we should do something. Deep woods might be kind of hard to do. You know what? Here, I'll just do this. I'll open up my Deep Woods master file. You guys are seeing stuff that nobody else has seen. Imagine that. Although I don't like. There's some stuff in here that I gotta fix. And I'm not sure why it does this sometimes, but it's like... Whoops. Uh-oh. I done broke it. You know what? Maybe I'd probably help if I actually had it down here. Nope. Does that? Nope. That does not do what I wanted it to do. Where? Oh, that's why. There we go. That's why I had a little layer mask. That's what was going on. Deep woods, deep woods. Dilly, deep woods and I'm not calling it that. I mean, this doesn't look amazing, but it'll work, I guess, right? I don't know. I'm so like back and forth with the thumbnails, man. I really am. I feel like I constantly need to be revising them. Okay, now we need a scary picture. So let's go back over here. We need like a... let's see, what can we use? What can we use? What can we use? Here we go. Oh, what happened here? Okay, I don't want this layer mask. There's good. I'm going to go ahead and rasterize that. And then we're going to apply my my proprietary little filter that I do to all my... Although Photoshop just released these that are really cool. And ooh, that one's sick. So I like these a lot. This is new. But normally I always use this right here. I call it grunge. And it's kind of my own filter that I designed. And it really just makes these... I love the way it looks. So, yeah, right. Now, lads, we need to go ahead and we're going to put the opacity down to like 8. We're just going to... Oh, shit. Yep. Get all that right in there. Yep, all of that. There we are. Looks golden. If you're on TikTok, you can join my YouTube live stream where I'm currently making a thumbnail for the Deep Woods Encounter video that is going to be out here in the next 30 minutes, actually. Cool. Looks pretty spectacular. Awesome possum. Okay, now we should have the eyes glowing, I feel. So here's what I do too. This is my other little trick. I do it all the time. I have a brush. Put it to 100. And you guys are seeing the... I only reveal this to my streamers. My trademark little secrets here. Okay, now we need to go and put this down to linear dodge add, and we pull the opacity all the way down to 0. And then I slowly bring it in to where I think generally 60 is like the sweet spot. Boom, boom, boom. And then what I'll do sometimes is I'll kind of create like just a wider, you know, oops, that's not what I wanted. Maybe like a wider just area like that. Same thing. And this one will be much like right there. Yeah, there we go. That looks good. That looks good, matey. Now, that's looking pretty sick. I don't know about you guys, but it gives a big thumbs up from me. So that's it. We're going to go ahead and save it. This part of the image here from like here onward looks really good. You know, I don't know. I'm not crazy about this part. I'm really not, you know. I mean, it's okay. It works, but it's definitely going to be up for revision. That's for sure. But we'll make it work for now. Okay, so I'm going to move this over here so it's out of our way. Okay, I'm going to save this real quick. I'm going to call it, what is today? Is it, I got to look around all my cameras, 6/16. Okay, this should go in my June folder. 6/16, boom. Awesome possum. Okay. The video is set to drop in 19 minutes. Pretty cool. What have I missed here in chat? Make it glow, make it glow. Yes, I do. I had a Black Eyed Kids thing. You're right. Deep Woods Dailies. Okay. Hold on, you guys. All right, horror stories of okay. Bum, 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 bum. Of course. Of course. Okay, let's see here. Hey guys, if you're just tuning in and watching, I'm just finishing up the thumbnail. I want to make sure that's going live. Okay. This is going live here in what? 15 minutes? Howdy, what's going on? All right. Stories. Okay. You guys are in for a treat tonight. I hope everybody likes it. Man, I'm stoked. This is the first like 2+ hour video that I've ever done that doesn't have that is just all like new stories. Like there's no compilate, like there's no repeat, nothing. It's just all. That's lovely. Come on, guys, I'm putting in some markers here. Okay. Yeah, right. All right, this way you guys can't bitch at me about ads either, because they're pretty spaced out. Just kidding, I want one every 5 minutes. No. They're about done every 30 minutes, something like that. Okay. That looks pretty good to me. Okay. Boom. Boom. Yeah, throw that in the background. Add a card. I have never done a video like this, so it's a whole new everything. So I'm stoked for you guys to see it. It's a whole new me. But I don't know if I'll continue this style because it's very, very time consuming. So we'll see. All right, scheduled. Cool. All right, let's get back to Bigfoot. Let's get back to the Bigfoot. The Bigfoot. Oops, we shot you, AFK. Wait, denying what? Boots and pants, boots and pants, boots and pants, and WD-40. Well, I hope you guys are in the mood for more music creation later, because tonight's title track is going to be WD-40. Which means it's going to be mechanical sounding. Just like evil and mechanical, like, it'll be cyborg. Which means
I get to use the voice. Fools, they've discovered my WD-40 secret. Only then will they realize we're harvesting their planets for WD-40. President Biden is set to exponentially increase the price of WD-40 cans.
someone, for the love of God, get that guy off my live now. He keeps interfering. Yeah, it should be interesting. Okay, where were we? We got to finish this Bigfoot stuff. King Law. What's up, bruv? I'm on it. Wilsonville. They got a lot of car dealerships in Wilsonville, Dan. Do they still have a Fry's Electronic down there, Dan? Is that place still open? I imagine it'd be a commercial with like that Ford tough guy. Built like a Ford. Do you got achy feet at the end of the day? What you need is WD-40 foot. It cures and heals all sorts of itchy burning foot. Built Ford tough, so you know it'll last. You know, Midnight, it's funny you mention that because my mother had a 2004 Ford Focus, and the engine blew up while idling. Come on, Ford. Come on. The engine blew up while idling. Okay, this thing had like, I think 75, 80,000 miles. Come on, bro. Come on. Idling, guys. Oh, thanks, Rainbow. Behind the scenes. I appreciate that. Guts, glory, WD-40, and some dilly. They should have a WD-40 brand that's like that. You know how like they have like, you know, the premium, the regular, and then like the extra strength. Instead of extra strength, it would just be dilly. Yeah. Here we go. Well, what's going on here? Oh, Martha, that looks sweet. I love it. Wait, are you in here? Are you in here, Martha? 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 I don't think Martha's here yet. I don't think she is, but I'm just now seeing her her poster. I love it. I love it. That's so cool. I'm going to heart react to that. What's this convo around? Listen. We were talking, I don't remember what we were talking about. Somebody that I know, well, I don't know, but somebody in my Discord made a little art design. I thought it was really cool. Mixed Pakistani and English, huh? That's pretty cool. I'm a mutt too. Them dillies. You know, I feel like this whole red is like really abrasive. WD-40 don't approve of that. Let's change the color. Whoops. That's not what we wanted. If I can feel for the correct buttons. It's turning gold. Okay, we're getting to yellow. Ooh, we can do green. There we go. We're going to change it up to blue. To blue. Oh dear. Looks, you're looking awfully blue. Should I get the Prozac? Also, Woodley. Go with green. Go with green, okay. I don't know if green really shows up well, though. Let me, Does that even show up really well? Yeah, I guess it kind of does, huh? On Discord it is, yeah. Dang, now that's bright. Too much green. Too much green. Ah! There we go. Now I look sickly. Okay. That'll work. What up? Read up. I'm going to. Give me one second, guys. I was adjusting stuff. What's going on? Conspiracy. Spiritual or conspiracy? What stories do you tell? I tell all the above. Shan Banana. Shannon Banana. I do spiritual and conspiracy. I just answered your question. Okay, good. And we're gonna continue doing more Bigfoot stories here in just a second. Shabs. Are you from around New Orleans? Okay, I'll tell you a story. What do I believe? About what? You tell me, what do you believe? Loch Ness? Yeah, I'm open to it. All right, I'm changing all the Discord roles to WD-40 and Dilly. You're either going to be a Sabberg, Dilly, or WD-40. There's no other choice. Nobody's going to join my Discord after this. Hold on, I'm pulling up a Bigfoot story, guys. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, everybody. Oh, 1 second. I'm doing great, Crystal. I'm just doing fantastic. We're going to go into the state of North Carolina. Carolina. I mean, it's possible. I don't know. I don't believe in the whole TikTok or in the whole time traveler thing. I don't buy it. That's one thing where I'm like, I don't think so. But again, I could very well be wrong. I might be wrong. Well, I'm going to change my ring light. It needs to be green. The only thing I don't like about this ring light, oh gosh, that's kind of cool though. Is it's not very bright, like at all. You would think that, you'd want something, but I don't know. I haven't seen them, but I've heard other time travelers before on like YouTube and stuff like that, and their stuff's interesting. Don't get me wrong, but as far as like being legitimate, I don't. I love the stories. I think they're amazing stories. I just don't think it's real. But I could be wrong. I could very well be wrong. Unlike a lot of people and their opinions, I'm always open for correction if I'm proven wrong, and I'm presented with new information. So a lot of people don't want to change the way they think; they're set in their ways. To me, that's a very toxic mentality because then you never grow. Because what if you are wrong? So you're going to be more prideful about something you're wrong about? Doesn't make sense. It's called being humble. And guess what? I'm a human being. I'm wrong about a lot of stuff that I'm like, yeah, that was incorrect. Oh, thank you. Okay, let's do some more Bigfoot stories. It's 9 o'clock. We're going to start probably the music stuff here in a little while. And I want to make sure I get this Bigfoot stuff done. WD Dilly. I wish I could change your guys' name on here, but I can't. Caleb, you should change your name on here to Caleb Dilly. And Red, you should change your name to Mr. Red Devil Dilly. Or Red Devil 40 or something. I don't know. No, I do not. No, I do not. Oh, WD-40 works. I got me WD-40. Yeah. 3 states away. Meep. Okay. I gotta pull up this this thing in here. Yeah, right. I was deer hunting off of Highway 24 near Rhodestown, North Carolina, right outside of Jacksonville. I had been in my stand since about 3 that afternoon. So I was getting some coffee burps. I was deer hunting. Deer hunting? Ooh, let's find some deer. Man, we don't go deer hunting. We go deer haunting. We dress up like dillies and scare 'em away. I thoroughly enjoy how it started off as a crocodile to a crocodilly to a dilly. I think eventually it's just going to evolve down to a dill. I got no idea. Can't beat a dilly. He's complete genius. I was deer hunting off Highway 24 near Rhodestown, North Carolina, right outside of Jacksonville. I had been in my stand since about 3 that afternoon. It was close to dark, and I saw a deer walking along the edge of the clearing that I was in. It kept looking into the woods like it was curious of something. This deer got closer, and I took the shot. When I did, it took off running, hit some brush, and fell down. I waited about 30 minutes, and it got up. That's when it started getting dark. I got out of my stand, went to go get the deer. I got my things together, and started dragging my deer to my truck. This was roughly a quarter mile through a thick part of woods that I was hunting in. I was carrying my rifle, backpack, the deer, and a flashlight in my mouth. So this way, I could pull the deer by its leg, hold my rifle and backpack straps. After walking through the thick part of the woods, it was a straight shot to my truck. I dropped the deer's leg to get situated and get myself together to continue my walkout. When I looked up, with my light still in my mouth, I saw 2 eyes looking back at me. They looked wider than any animal I had ever seen at night. I've been hunting all my life. I have also seen everything from deer to coyote to bear. These set of eyes were about my height. I'm 5'10". The trail I was on was slightly downhill. This thing stared at me long enough for me to put my rifle and backpack down. I had a 9mm Glock with me, and I pulled it out. I shot once into the ground next to me to get whatever it was to get out of the trail.
It did not move or flinch. It just simply looked to its left and looked back to me. I looked down to take a knee because I was getting worried. I got on my knee, looked back up, and it walked off to its left, into some of the thickest woods I've seen. I grabbed the deer, continued dragging it towards my truck. When I got to the spot where I thought I saw the eyes, I looked at both sides of the trail, and I swear, I could smell this musky, foul odor, and where it had walked off the trail. Tree limbs and trees were pushed over, as if something huge had just barged through the thicket. I went to my truck, cleaned the deer out there in the woods, like another post on here that I read. I felt like I was watched the whole time I was cleaning the deer. I left the ribcage and spine of the deer I cleaned out there, along with the hide. When I came back to the same spot, the spine had been drug off, about 300 yards from where I left it. It was easily one of the strangest and creepiest nights I have ever had in the woods by myself.
Okay. I have to I'm dying in here. I gotta have some air, man. It's so hot. I'm in here and I'm just like, I'm melting, melting.
If you are sensed you being watched, then you probably are.
Can that fan pick up in the back? Let's see. I like how my squeaky mouse makes an appearance in just about all these clips. You'll hear it sometimes, like listening. You're like, oh, there it is. It's like a novelty. You know what I should do? When I upgrade a mouse, I should straight up sell this mouse on eBay or have a giveaway.
Would you like to learn what Lucksmith's actual mouse? At some point or another.
What toppings? Interesting. I should order a pizza too, man. That sounds good. I'm not going to come to a live at the moment, sorry. A time travel story? Yeah, let me find one real quick. Let me find one real quick. What's up? What's up? 7 people who have claimed to travel time. Okay, you ready? Who asked that question?
Let us see. It is Sir Brendale 88.
Brendale? Brendale?
Dude, that was me.
Who was you?
Disturbing facts.
Yes. John Titor is perhaps the most famous person who claims he's traveled. Trouble is, nobody has heard from him for almost 17 years. Also, he claimed he came from the future. The story is long and involved, but the short version is this. In a thread began in the fall of 2000 about time travel paradoxes on the online forum Time Travel Institute, now known as the Curious Cosmos, a user responded to a comment about how a time machine could theoretically be built with the following message. Wow, Paul is right on the money. I was just about to give up hope on anyone knowing who Tipler and Kerr were in this world line. By the way, number 2 is correct. The basics for time travel start at CERN in about a year and end in 2034, with the first time machine built by GE. Too bad we can't post pictures, so I'd show it to you. The implication, of course, was the user, who was going by the name TimeTravel_0, came from a point in the future during which such a machine had already been invented. Over the course of many messages spanning from that first thread all the way down to the early spring of 2001, the user who became known as John Teeter told his story. He said that he had been sent back to 1975 in order to bring an IBM 5100 computer to his own time. He was stopping in 2000 for a brief rest on his way back home. The computer, he said, was needed to debug various legacy computer programs in 2036 in order to combat a known problem similar to Y2K called the year 2038 problem. John didn't refer to it as such, but he said that the Unix was going to have an issue in 2038, which is what we thought was going to happen back when the calendar ticked over from 99 to 2000. Opinions are divided of whether John Tudor was real. Some folks think he was only a real example of time travel we've seen, while others think he's the most enduring hoaxes we've ever seen. There you go. That is pretty cool. Wow. Now, here's the kicker to that story, though. He mentioned CERN. I don't think CERN was around then. Oh, no, it was. Never mind. Never mind. CERN's been going on since 1944. Or 1954. Never mind. How is this time travel? It's about some girl, who hikes through the Appalachian Trails. That's not a time traveler.
That's a dilly.
Where's my chat? There's pizza is good. Carnival style pizza. Wait. Hello, fellow cryptos. Jalapenos, hamburger meat, pepperoni. The story of footsteps, and there's nobody. Something can't be seen. Yours actually sounds good. I got roast pepper spinach, don't hate. Carnivore style pizza. Pizza's good. Yes, it is. I know many ghost stories. Shazbana. Can use refo. I don't know what that means. I'm not quite sure of what you're saying. The question is, Dilly, do you? Okay, YouTube, I need your help. See this right here? This is the AC picking up. I need to know how prominent that is with the background music going on. No, it's definitely pretty much there now that I can really, because the AC is going on here, so I can't really differentiate. Oh gosh, that's bad. This is why it sucks working in a hot office, man. I hear it faintly. By myself. No, you can. I can hear that kick in. Check this out. This is without my noise gate. It's pretty bad. That helps kind of shut the noise out a lot. But with it also, my voice sounds a little more clear either, too. Yeah, this is why you need noise gates, people. This is why. No, unfortunately, I can't get rid of every piece of noise. I don't know what bro phone is. What's up, guys? What's up, guys? Okay, we can get to some more Bigfoots. Peachadilly. Yeah, it's funny. Prominent. Okay. Hopefully that should kind of help cool the room down momentarily. I experienced this incident while living on a military base here in Northern Carolina. Northern Carolina? I experienced this incident while living on a military base in North Carolina. I was approximately 14 or 15 years old at the time. I'm 50 now. However, the incident is still fresh in my memory. At the time, there was nothing for a young boy to do. So, my favorite pastime was wandering the military res, searching for discarded sea rations, as we never had enough to eat in the house. There were 8 people in my family. One day, I skipped school to go sea ration hunting. I'll never forget it. It was very warm and sunny, which for North Carolina is not unusual for a fall day. We used to call it an Indian summer. I had been wandering the deeper recesses of the res and was quite proud of the fact that not only had I stumbled across an old farmstead that the Marine Corps had condemned in order to take the land, but had a pretty good supply of discarded sea rations. Realizing it was getting late, I had better get home. I had a tank trail made by the Marines for the vehicles to use. I was getting closer to home, so I decided to leave the trail and shortcut it through the woods. I knew this particular area and always avoided it. It was annoying. What the heck is a Pocosin? Pocosin? I knew this particular area and always avoided it because it was known as a Pocosin, which in local terms meant an area that is real dense and swampy. As I made my way, something really seemed out of the ordinary. All day, I was used to hearing the sounds of the forest. Birds, frogs, squirrels, chattering and whatnot was great. Not seeing another human being. Now I was quiet. It did not seem so natural. Something made me stop, and to this very day, I am perplexed about this. I don't know why, because at that age, you have no fear.
as you think you're going to live forever. I had no fear this time either. However, I felt that I was being watched. I have never had this feeling again. So, I slowly began to turn my head to the right when I caught a glimpse of something brown. My first thought was, oh, it's only a deer. I stood stock still, kept looking at the brown patch. It didn't move. It was in a very dense part of the Pocosin, and my second thought was maybe it's not a deer, but possibly a discarded Marine Corps field jacket. Now, that would be a treasure. As I began to move towards the object, I seemed to hear the crashing of brush first. Then, that brown patch moved, only it moved higher. I estimate a height of between 8 and 10 feet. As it grew in height, it also grew broader, exposing more of itself. I never saw its head or any real features, other than the long fur, because the thing was moving so fast that I was amazed how any animal of that size could do that. The crashing of the branches and underbrush was so loud, all I could do was stand there. I don't know how or why I remained that long in that position. All I remember is the sounds of the forest returned. That's what snapped me back to the present. I have only recalled this story once and was told never again to repeat it to anybody or go back into those woods. I have never returned to that area to this day. Oh, man, it is... Really? No, after... Dude, thanks, Sean. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, Sean. That's... Sean, how much money have you given me at this point? You are far too kind. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I do this stuff for you guys, man. I mean, I enjoy it, but if it weren't for you guys, man, I wouldn't be doing this stuff. Not enough. Well, I greatly appreciate the generosity. It means a lot, buddy. It really does. Thank you, sir. Give a hand to Sean Lukey, everybody. Sean Lukey. He's a pretty cool dude. In early October of 1983, I was recently married and stationed. Camp Lejeune? How do you say that? Can someone help me here in, it's in North Carolina. Is it Camp Lejeune? How do you say it? Lejeune? Lejeune? Lejeune. It's Lejeune. I can easily see myself butchering that. Somebody help me. See, that's the problem here is, uh-oh. To Sean's, okay, Lukey and Berg, you guys got to fight to the death right now. There can only be one Sean. Somebody has to be able to take the reigning title. And it's an SEA Sean and a Sean with an H. Someone's the real Sean. There can only be one Sean in this chat. Wait, is it really Lejeune? Yeah, so how do you say that? The base?
Lejeune. Cool. Let's do it. Hopefully that's right. In early October of 1983, I was recently married and stationed at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. Neither my wife nor I had ever been to Wilmington. Oh, I love the addition of the Chair Creek. Neither my wife nor I had ever been to Wilmington, so one Saturday, we made a trip there. We saw some sights, did some shopping and had dinner, went to a late movie. While driving back to the camp, on US 17 just north of the town of Holly Ridge, I noticed a very large figure on the right shoulder ahead. It was walking upright and I assumed it was a bear. I slowed down in order to avoid hitting it. It should go down on all four legs and flee. I was going perhaps 10 miles an hour or less when I finally realized that what I was approaching was not a bear. The creature I saw was massive, maybe 7 to 8 feet tall, and I'd estimate 600 pounds or more. The hair was a lighter brownish color and appeared long in its length. I could see its face very clearly. What struck me at the time, and even to this day, is the creature appeared to be oblivious to its surroundings and seemed deep in thought. It never gave any indication that he was aware of the car approaching, nor did the bright headlights seem to cause it any discomfort. It just kept moving around at a slow pace, looking straight ahead. I finally passed the creature at nearly walking speed. I assumed I had been I had to have been mistaken or could not have seen what I thought, so I stopped the car. I looked back out the rear window and can see the creature still walking southbound in the glow of the stop lamps of the car. I woke up my wife and had her look. She did look, but said it just must have been a bear. At that point, I let it go, resumed my northbound trip back to Jacksonville. One other thing is to note that my impression was the creature was clean in the sense that its hair was not matted, nor in tufts. The hair was straight and laid flat against its body. It seemed to vary in length from a couple of inches to maybe 5. There was no hair on the face, which was a bit lighter in complexion than the fur surrounding it. My wife, who was sleeping in the passenger seat of the car, is the only witness, and I woke her up just after passing. She could see the figure in the brake lights, but explained it had to have been a bear. A follow-up investigation was done. I interviewed the witness, observer, by phone on January 9th, 2012. This sighting occurred at approximately 1 a.m. on Sunday, October 2nd, 1983. The weather being clear, dry, and temperature in the mid-60s. Observer and his wife recalled driving north on North Carolina 17, approximately 1 to 2 miles past the town of Holly Ridge, when they approached what the witnesses initially thought was a large bear. Illuminated in the car headlights, the witness clearly remembers a massive, hairy, bipedal animal walking south on the right shoulder of the road and up in opposition to his direction of travel. Length of observation time was about 15 seconds. Witness describes the animal's height in the range of 7 to 8 feet tall, with weight estimated at 600 pounds. Hair color was brown,
with reddish highlights and about 2 inches or more in length. He slowed his vehicle to a crawl and was able to observe most of the upper body features, particularly the face, very clearly. He recalls it as different from an ape's face, more elongated, hairless around the eyes and cheeks. Facial skin was described as reddish, chocolate-colored, and lighter than surrounding hair. No beard or other lengthy head hair was detected. The head was large, sloped back to the top, and the forehead area between the brow line and top of the head estimated to about 6 to 7 inches. The brow was hair-covered and very prominent. The eyes were darker, elliptical-shaped. Elliptical-shaped and fixed forward. The nose was hairless, but not massive or wide. Nostrils were visible. The mouth was wide and hairless. The neck was not prominent. An observer described the head as blending into the shoulders. He describes the body as stocky, somewhat muscular, and shoulder to shoulder. Measurement was thought to be approximately 3 feet wide. The torso was hair-covered, and chest muscles not overly prominent. No female breasts were observed, thus leaving witness with the opinion that this was a male animal. Animals were described as hair-covered, excessively long and extended to the animal's knees. Hands were described as balled up and hairless. Clenched hands were darker colored than the face. No finger-length estimate or nail description could be accurately recalled. Thighs were described as muscular, about twice the girth of an adult human. Observer did not remember any details of the lower legs or feet. No odor was detected, although the windows of the car were rolled up during the event. The observer also states that during his experience, the animal simply ignored the car, was unaffected by the headlights or occupants, and continued moving south as if it were on a mission. Its gaze remained forward as it moved past his vehicle, never turning its head to look in any other direction. The witness states that the animal moved in a moderate walking pace. Its arms were swinging in a normal biped manner. It issued no vocalizations, made no audible footfalls, nor could he hear it breathing. It did not appear to be injured or carrying any visible items. No other travelers were on the road during this experience. His wife was asleep in the passenger seat and did not observe the animal. The witness was not threatened during the event. In fact, he remembers feeling amazed, mesmerized, and unafraid of this huge animal. Man, that was a pretty in-depth description. Oh, look, he done to a little picture of what he saw. Here, I'm gonna paste this picture in Discord. Hey, Red, it looks like you, buddy.
It doesn't look like Red.
Here you go. I'm doing great. How about you, buddy? I'm doing great. Not bad, mate. Not bad. I'm kind of getting story fatigued over here, man. When I make these long videos, like doing the stories, it's just like, oh yeah. That one time I was in the deep woods. Oh. Cool. What's going on, guys? We're doing more Bigfoot stories here. All right, ready? Let's do some more. All right, the next one is I've never told this to anyone because I didn't want to hear the jokes. But it was mid-July, 1987. I was heading toward the beach in my sports car, top-down music blasting. It was around 8:45 p.m., so it was still light out, sort of dusk. I had my headlights on, cruising at about 60 miles an hour. Right when I rounded a corner, there in the road stood this large, hairy thing. I slammed on the brakes, swerving around it. I must have glanced it because it bounced over the passenger side of my car. I slid the car around, stopped where my headlights were, about halfway on the thing. It got up and came at me. I was about 25 feet away from the thing, and the smell was atrocious. It hung in the air like a wet blanket. It was away from this thing, and the smell was awful, like I said. It was about 7 to 7.5 feet high, reddish brown, matted looking hair. The face was hairless, and he looked ticked. I quickly put the car in reverse, backed up, threw the car in drive, taking off. As I was spinning around, I quickly looked in the rearview mirror, and it was right on my car's rear end. I hear a loud bang. About that time, my car traction and I took off. I left the creature running down the road after me. I've never been so scared in all my life. After I got to my destination, I checked my vehicle. The passenger rear quarter panel was dented in with hair on it. My rear spoiler was shattered where he had hit the rear of my car. I told my friends, family, police, and insurance that I had hit a stray cow. But it took weeks to get that smell off the outside of my car, and the inside still had that same putrid stench. It was an undersmell, like sewage and something really foul. I was 27 then. I'm 38 now. I have not been down that road since, and I will drive 45 to 50 miles out of my way not to go that route. Wow, that's spooky. That's done spooky. That's some scary stuff right there. Mm-hmm. Oh, I need to quickly put the timestamps in, guys. Hold on real quick. If you guys like deep wood stories, you're here on TikTok, you guys like deep wood stories, go to my YouTube, and it's on What Lurks Beneath. And I just released 2 hours. 2 hours, man. Deep wood stories. I don't know what an SCP story is. Boom. Okay, I just pinned the thing. Of course, this thing. All right, hold on, guys. Hold on, y'all. The darn dilly. Hola, I am back. Caleb Dilly. Fun fact, did you guys know possums are not rodents? They're actually marsupials. Another fun fact, yes, Ogre 1987, I am indeed what lurks beneath, between, and above, and unearthing stories. Fun fact, when I was 21, my girlfriend at the time and I found 2 baby possums that we nursed back to health. They were actually stranded. And I had pet possums for a while. And I want to say about 4 months in, we let the male go. And the girl got really sick and she died. Really sweet animals, though. They're really cool. Yep, opossums. Really cool little critters, man. Did you also know that opossums are like the only animals that are immune to rabies? Yep. Fun fact. They're sweet little guys. As it was very sad. I named her Sphinx. You know, like the Egyptian thing, Sphinx. I remember that. She was a sweet little girl. But she's dead now. I have always wanted to tell this story to somebody. And after reading report after report, finally, I feel like I have the nerve to tell it. I live in Carteret, and at the time, worked in Sneads Ferry, also in Onslow County. And the commute to work every day took me. What is with all the French names? Lejeune? Is it Lejeune? I'm assuming it's Lejeune. Took me through Camp Lejeune via the back gate. As I made the turn on a Highway 17, off of Highway 172, I noticed that what I thought was a bear sitting down under a huge pecan tree on the right. Since there was about, 50 or 60 feet distance between me and the bear, I decided to pull off to the side of the road and watch him for a moment. It was a warm July morning, and I had the windows of my truck rolled down. As usual, I noticed the most ungodly smell I had ever experienced. It was like rotten eggs, mixed with sulfur and sewage. As I sat and watched, I quickly realized that this was no bear, as the creature stood up from a crouched position, walked over to the pecan tree, and began violently shaking it. I was floored by what I was watching. Understand that this tree is immense, and the creature had no problem shaking the pecans from it. Pecans that are still in the green holes, by the way. I wanted a better look at it, since the whole sighting was, well, its back was to me, so I put my truck in first gear, ready to bug out if I need to, and blow the horn. Suddenly, it stops, completely frozen still, with its back still to me. It stayed like that till I laid down on the horn, about 10 seconds later, and it slowly turned and looked right at me. And that's when my heart decided to do the 50-yard dash in 2.3 seconds. I couldn't see its face, but it stood about 8 to 10 feet tall. Its hair was very long and matty. It stared at me for what seemed like an eternity and made this awful loud screeching noise, tearing off into the woods. The sprint from the tree into the woods was about 30 yards or so, and it took him no time to reach them. I'm talking split seconds. On my way home that day, I decided to stop again. Though the creature was gone, I could still smell that ungodly mix of stench. To this day, when I pass by that pecan tree, my heart still races. Yeah, I don't know what secure, contain, protect means, buddy. Like, what that has to do with the story. What that has to do with the story. All right. All right. Sometimes I wish these stories were longer, man. Stories were longer, man. Model creepypasta? No. Silly dilly. Wolverines would be sweet. TikTok, you guys want some disturbing facts? By imposter. Disturbing facts that will ruin your life. There's a company that turns dead bodies into an ocean reef. The name Bonobo resulted from a misspelling. There's an annual coffee break festival. Those are dumb. Dolphins sleep with one eye open. Vacuum cleaners were originally horse-drawn. The largest padlock in the world weighs 916 pounds. Pandas poop most of what they eat. Wait, most of what they eat? Oh, I see. McDonald's introduced drive-thru service, mainly due to the military. Alfred Hitchcock was frightened by eggs. Pigs don't sweat. The fuller the fridge, the more energy efficient it is. There's a Lego bridge in Germany that you can actually walk across.
Squirrels are behind the most power outages in the entire United States. Spiderwebs were used as bandages in ancient times. A woman who lost her wedding ring found it 16 years later on a carrot in her garden. 1/4 of all your bones are located in your feet. Blood donors in Sweden receive a text when their blood is used. You're more likely to get a computer virus from visiting religious sites than porn sites. The inventor of Pringles is now buried in one. Sunglasses were originally designed for Chinese judges to hide their facial expressions in court. Cotton candy was invented by a dentist. I knew it. Shakespeare's epitaph contains a curse for grave robbers. A New Orleans hotel offered 15 grand to stay at whoever stole the most outrageous item from them. Children of identical twins are genetically siblings, not cousins. A giant tortoise, thought to be extinct for 100 years, was recently discovered in the Galapagos. It would only take 1 hour to drive into space. A cornflake in the shape of Illinois sold on eBay for $1,300. The amount of copper on the Arizona Capitol building roof is equivalent to nearly 5 million pennies. A cloud can weigh more than 1 million pounds. Wow. The Apollo 11 crew used hundreds of autographs as life insurance. The Queen owns all the swans in England. A fortune cookie company once foretold the lottery, resulting in 110 winners. A woman with 2 uteruses gave birth to 2 twins less than a month after having a baby. A meteor exploded over Earth with the force of 10 atomic bombs, and everyone missed it. Hello, do you respond? Yes, I do. Louisiana is home to a rare pink dolphin. Hello, do you respond? Hello, hello. I'm just eating my pizza. I was giving TikTok a little fun. All right, TikTok. Get lock. If you guys want to do some music creation with you should jump on YouTube live right now. That's what we're going to do. So I'm going to go ahead and end this TikTok live. If you want to go and keep doing this further, you should jump on my YouTube live on my profile and you can actually hop in there with me. Yeah. All right. TikTok is done. TikTok is done. Oh, somebody gifted me 100 diamonds. 100 diamonds. Okay. Now that I got that out of the way. All right. Are we ready to do some music, guys? I'm kind of burnt out on the whole Bigfoot thing right now. I've been doing this for 4 hours. I can only do so much. Oh, yeah, baby. Let's cool it off in here. Oh my gosh. Sorry about the noise, guys. It's awful. It's so awful in here. It's awful waffle. Burp, turn on a fan to blow it around the room. Actually, guys, I think here's what I'm gonna do real quick. I'm gonna end this stream and I'm gonna quickly restart the next stream because I want the next stream to be strictly music, and I want to end the Bigfoot reading one. Does that make sense? Well, it should. So I'll see you guys all in like 2 minutes. So again, just to recap, I'm ending the stream. Within like 2 seconds, I'm restarting the stream.
So stay here, hop back on. Yeah. You'll see the name change from behind the